Hello, welcome to the YouTube exclusive content, which is basically me faffing about and getting the stream going. You might want to skip ahead a little bit if I'm honest. Up to you. With that said, yeah, title's correct. Confirm and go live. Okay. So now we wait for that to start on Twitch and then listen to it back to make sure it's okay. And then listen to it back to make sure it's okay. Yeah, and then listen to it back to make sure it's okay. Yeah, and then listen to it back to make sure it's okay. Ah, and that was echoing over and over because I have desktop audio capture turned on. But that should be okay now because I've muted the thing on Twitch, so we're good. Hopefully. Yes, right. So, Discord pings. I need to ping people on a Discord. On specific Discords. Boop. And send now. And you know what? I'm going to send it on /overclock as well. Wish me luck with that one. It is sent. And now we wait for a little bit. Hey, Strunk. Yeah, so wait for a bit, wait for people to show up, file in, all of that. If you're here, do say hi, because then we can get going. Hello, Ixa. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's actually much to explain, really, because this is just a continuation of exactly what I was doing before. Hey, folks, how's it going? Well, I've got the efficiency dialed in, I've not got the clocks dialed in, so we'll see. That will be interesting, actually. Is that on? Yeah, let's fire it up. Let's see how it is going. And I've got the audio fixed. Yeah, so it turns out that if you have your mic too high in Windows but then turn it down in Streamlabs, it's still peaking, it's just peaking more quietly. Not good. Also turns out if you plug a webcam in, then Windows will take your mic volume and apply it to the webcam and will just max your mic out. So thank you to, I don't know, Tim Apple for that. I don't know, who runs Microsoft these days? Yeah. Anyway. Hey Alice, hey Infinity. Right, lots of people here. Good. Excellent. I think we're at defaults at the minute. So one of the last things I did off stream... Is that working? Come on. One of the last things I did off stream is I tried to run 4000 just without messing with anything, and it didn't work, because of course it didn't bloody work. But now I'm in a situation where I have one BIOS profile that's the efficiency settings that I've dialed in, which is stuff like you know, prefetcher settings, IBS. I mean, both of those are just off, but like, stream sounds good, by the way. Excellent. But yeah, so I've got my efficiency settings, which is, I mean, what were the things that made a big difference, actually? Can I pull that up briefly as part of our intro here? Yes. So, NX, the execute disable bit, that being disabled, that made a big difference. These didn't really make huge differences. I mean, SMT off, yeah, that helped, but I was doing that anyway. The prefetchers, you do actually want those on. This isn't either. Interleaving size, we did 2K with channel hash on, which according to the BIOS isn't supported, but it did also seem to help. So yeah. bank group swap and bank group swap Alt both off. That was the other thing that made a fairly big difference. But yeah, I did a lot of testing because PyPrime's a bit inconsistent. So for each setting, I was doing 3 runs. A lot of them, like I was doing multiple runs on each just to actually see what kind of difference does it or doesn't it make. And yeah, so the total of these is like over 200 runs at this point. And yeah, so I tested address space layout randomization off. To be honest, I'm not convinced it makes a difference. It definitely doesn't hurt. On paper it should help, or at least not hurt. So I'm going to leave it off. That was Alice's suggestion in the Discord. But yeah. So the problem I have now is I've got 2 profiles. So I've got this profile here called Efficient BIOS, and that has all of those settings that I've dialed in that work for efficiency, but the overclock on it is garbage. And then I have overclocks that sort of worked, but that don't include the efficiency. So, oh, fucking hell. Jesus Christ, what? Okay, thank you. I have no idea who that is, but sure, I'll take it. It's really loud, is it? Okay. Maybe I should turn desktop audio down a little bit. It's going to affect the... There we are. That was beautiful. Okay. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Okay. I've turned desktop audio down slightly. It's going to affect the soundboard as well, but that's something we'll have to live with. I didn't think, to be honest, I didn't expect anyone to donate or subscribe, and so I didn't think about testing how loud the soundboard was, I have to admit. The good news is that probably won't happen again. We're probably safe. And the best thing about me saying that is that if it does happen again, I'm still winning. But yes, I've completely lost my thread here. Thank you, Noise. I appreciate it. So we have to... Well... Sorry, I've got a tickle in my throat. I've not actually been getting enough fluids today, I think. We have our overclock profiles that were done with CJR, but they might kind of work for frequency. I reckon the thing to do is probably dial in frequency first, and then try and merge in the efficiency settings. That's what makes sense to me. So, I'm going to load up the profile. I mean, this was single channel, right? And it did 4066 in single channel, sort of a bit of the time with some retries. So, load that up, and then turn our clock down a step. And CPU, we want to fix that to 4 gigahertz. We'll do the NX bit while we're here. Need to have less CPU cores, which was somewhere, here we are, SMT off. Down core control, I think it was 2+2 I ended up settling on as being slightly better than 4+0, so we're going to go with that. So, yeah, and that gives us some memory settings. The timings are on the loose side, but oh right, and the CAD bus is set up for frequency. But you know what? If that helps, that helps. I think frequency probably matters, and we've got a hell of a lot of memory voltage and everything. Yeah, sure, whatever. The SoC voltage is buried in this BIOS, and you have to use hex values as well, which I think I had some notes. Yeah, I had some notes, and I took them in a really lime green pencil. The BIOS on this board, the modded BIOS that actually exposes the VID for SoC, the VID is in hex, but the BIOS doesn't take characters as input. It only takes numbers. So you've got a jump from 1.2313 to 1.275 on SoC voltage. Because it's either 30 or 29. you can't enter like 2F as a VID code. It just doesn't accept that, which is wonderful. But yeah, I think this is at a fairly high SoC voltage, which is hopefully going to help. And then, like, really late in the last stream, I tested the performance regulator settings as well, which I insisted on calling MSI performance regulator so that I could abbreviate it to MPreg for the notes. But there were like 6 people there and none of them got the joke. Anyway, let's see if that posts. F9 and then AD. Welcome to the stream. It's going to be a lot of that. Like, a lot of that. Down there, I've kept the BSOD and CMOS clear counter for the last stream. I guess... I don't know, does it make sense? Nah, I'll reset it. 0 and 0. If anyone's wondering, that efficiency spreadsheet I did post in the Discord, so you can find it in there. It is public, so I appreciate there may be the urge to like clip it and try and find the URL, which you can do, but that's an inefficient way of finding it. Ryzen Memo C at its finest indeed. Okay, well, let's try powering off, and then we can retry some more. The good news is this is a B550 Unify X, so there's absolutely no concern with having to do a whole load of CMOS clears. For those unfamiliar, that was a joke. It should be fine. This board has been through at least 20 CMOS clears, and it's fine so far. It's probably been through more than that. It's probably been through like 30 or 40. And the people who are having them die, they were dying at less than that. And that is going to be the first... Jesus! Okay, thanks Infinity. That's going to be the first CMOS clear of the stream. I try and hold it for like 5 seconds for luck. Time to order some CMOS chips off Ali. Hopefully not. And the good news is I've got all my water cooling stuff here is bolted to wood, so I can just say touch wood and actually touch some actual wood. So we're good. We're all right. I had a scare with it off stream when I was doing the efficiency testing, and basically I tried clearing CMOS and it was still doing F9 to AD. What I ended up doing was taking the battery out, leaving it out for a while, and then I thought, hold on, what about the CMOS battery level? So I tested it with a multimeter, even though, like, I have... How long have I had this board for? Not that long. Like, it's a B550 board, right? Like, they're not that old. It can't be that old. But the CMOS battery level was, like, about 3 volts, and my way of testing it is I just use a blue LED. And I just pop that across the battery, and if that lights up, the battery's good. If it doesn't, battery's no good. And it didn't light up. And then I checked the voltage level. Voltage wasn't great. So new CMOS battery, and it seems good. Right, so we have our complaint about GOP. Make your own jokes there for now. So I'm going to see if, I mean, yeah, I'm going to see if 3933 works. Noise says my Mobos usually don't have batteries because I end up taking the batteries out for other devices around home. Yeah, a lot of boards will work fine without the battery. Some won't, but a lot will, and it's kind of convenient. I have a P35 DFI LAN party that I love to run without the battery because it has the automatic settings saving thing anyway. So it will boot up, it will save your settings. So if your settings don't work, you just kill power, that clears the CMOS, bring the power back, load your last settings and go from there. It's lovely. You know, it does occur to me, I actually have no idea what SoC voltage it's even trying to run. So I should probably just boot the profile up at, like, I don't know, 3600, say, just to see what SoC voltage it's actually running. Yeah, let's do that. It might be that it needs lower as well. Like, we'll see. One of the things that I was considering getting as a soundboard item that I've not done yet is a clip of Bruce Forsyth going higher or lower. I can't do the voice, which is part of why I need it on the soundboard. I don't know how many people would get the reference. Does slowly training up help at all? That is a good question. It might. I haven't actually tried, is the thing. But I feel like it wasn't having as much trouble. Certainly with 3933 previously, so maybe it would help. While we have 3 cameras, not quite. We have 2 cameras, but one of them is being clipped in 2 different ways. So if I like come in and cover the lens of this one camera, oh, there we go. But yes, we have 3 different views though. Yeah, this webcam is not brilliant. Clever, thank you. But it's good enough. I mean, how much detail do you actually need to see my face in, right? Like, the main reason for that is, like, having a room cam means that I don't feel like I have to provide as much of a constant radio running commentary, and also it means that Kif Crocker can clip out my face for emotes, which admittedly, in that situation you do need decent resolution, but not... it's alright. But that's where the TRCD17 emote came from. Although that was actually on the other camera, it's single camera, and I was just leaning into shot. I digress. Right, so... actually... yeah, no, we'll do the 4K profile at 3600, and if even 3600 doesn't work, I'm going to question some life choices. By which I mean, like, sincerely thinking, like, I must be doing something wrong here. That's looking better. I have to lean over and look at the stream in order to see the postcode, because it's, like, over the other side of the GPU over there. So... yeah, one of the reasons the postcode is so big and clear for the stream is just for my benefit. That's the way that I can read it. Ah, that's looking good. Well, it's looking like it's booting, which is always a good sign. Excellent, right. Zen timings, what SoC voltage is it? Ooh, that's not much. That's only 1.18. Okay, no wonder it wasn't working. Is it bad that I kind of want to load the other profile just to see if the SoC voltage is higher in that? Rather than, like, Oh, we're 2 CMOS cleared in. I've been failing to update the thingy. But yeah, I want to check the other profile for SoC voltage, because otherwise I have to go digging in the settings for it. That's kind of lazy, isn't it? Then again, I never claimed not to be kind of lazy, so here we are. Welcome to the kind of lazy OC stream. Oh, beans. Right, I'll still need to set up the CPU clocks and core count, but one thing at a time. So we'll load that in. Okay, yeah, so that has more SoC voltage. That's the SoC overclock VID. Oh god. Oh god. Right, yeah, the Twitch bits modify emotes thing. Nice. So we'll see if that works. Oh, obviously it's going to work. It better work. But I think at this point, I should probably be merging the settings into one profile that's just like the profile I'm working on for this stream, which means I need to go through and do all of the efficiency settings basically now, because why not now? And then I'm not going to end up running PyPrime and forgetting to set the clocks correctly. That's probably the best thing to do, because I don't want to accidentally run PyPrime at the wrong clocks. That'd be really annoying. So, what is our SoC voltage now? It is 1.2. Okay, so it's still not like that high. Now, I don't know the details, but I am aware that there are people out there who would complain about RTTWR being off. And I don't know what's supposed to be good and what's supposed to be bad with those. Actually, maybe I shouldn't be doing this live, but let's look up. I'm just going to go into /overclock and let's open up Eden's DDR4 guide. Why not? And let's see if that says anything about them. Hey, Starblur. Right. So, additional information. Is it going to be under Ryzen tweaks? Mostly Intel focused. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, oh good lord. Termination resistance as a reference voltage. Okay, so I can't even get PyPrime settings to boot, says Exa. This is a whole lot to read, isn't it? Right. Without going into too much detail, this is on like one full page of A4. Adding resistance, electrical terminate. Okay, electrical. Bleh. Why can't I say electrical? Electrical termination minimizes various issues. That's fine. RTTWR normally best at 80, and that's off at the moment. So if RZQ is 240, 80 would be over 3. Okay, so I'm going to open another notepad and say try doing RTTWR RZQ over 3. And that's just going to be there as a reminder for me. And now I'm going to get back to the overclock and right, yeah, merging profiles. That's what I needed to do. X's settings were working about 20 minutes ago and now just won't post. That's unfortunate. Incidentally, since I opened up the Discord, if user Cumstain is in the Twitch chat, would you mind making yourself known? Because I'll be honest, when I see an account called Cumstain that apparently joined Discord today, my inclination is not to leave them in the Discord. But by all means, say hi if that's you. Probably choose a different name, but we'll deal with that when we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The server has fairly aggressive verification, so it should be all right. But like, yell at me in the Twitch chat if they start spamming or anything, will you? So someone will do that, right? Anyway, merging profiles. So we need CPU ratio 40, NX disabled. Maybe that was just their way of making you say their username on stream. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not shy about saying the word Cumstain. Performance regulator, that was the thing that I was insisting on referring to as mpreg. Is there anything else here? Mode naught I ended up enabling. Does anyone have anything else weird that they'd like me to say on stream while we're at it, by the way? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Downcore was 2+2 with SMT off. IOMMU we went with disabled here for some reason. I'm not sure what the logic was for that, but sure. Opcache, what did we do with that? We had that disabled as well. SMT off, we've done that. Do we have anything in here? No. ACPI, no. Integrated peripherals. LAN and Wi-Fi off. HD audio off. I wonder if there's an argument for IDE mode, if that would help with base clock. I don't know. Right. We got through here. Redirect for return dis. That seemed to be better at 1, if anything. L2 TLB associativity 1. Platform first error handling didn't make a difference. IBS. The performance with IBS enabled was really shitty. But seriously though, it was actually really bad. So disable that. C states. We definitely want those enabled. We've been through that in a previous stream. Exa says 3866 posted, trying to get 4000s, but it doesn't want to. Yeah, same. Mood. Is there anything else in here? Streaming store control, that was marginally better on. Prefetcher, we want both of those on for PyPrime. Dwarf Fortress common options. Was there stuff? Yeah, there was stuff in here. Ooh, 55. Ouch. That's unfortunate. Private mem distributed or consolidated didn't do anything. Memory interleaving, I think that was best left on. I don't think I tried Dyn socket. I tried none and channel. And I think channel was basically the same. None was absolutely atrocious. Infinity is suggesting something that looks like Romanized Japanese that I could try saying on stream. Isn't Oni-chan something like Big Brother, or like it's a way of referring to like an older male figure? I don't know what the words before it are, but oh, little brother. Okay. Knowing Japanese stuff, well, that's not fair, but like some, let's be honest, there's some of it, not as a whole, but some of it, you know. Yeah, okay, fair enough. You found the line, although admittedly the line is things that I don't understand and or can't pronounce. Means I love you, little bro. Fair enough. Loving what? You know what? Never mind. No, we're not going on. Anyway, memory interleaving size. 2 kilobytes worked best for me. Channel interleaving hash. Now it says this field shouldn't be used unless the interleaving size is 256 or 512 bytes. But I ran with that enabled anyway, and it did help. So, what's next? Bank group swap settings. Was that in? Yeah, here we are. So those both want to be off. Weirdly. Chip select interleaving didn't do anything, did it? Did I not try it? No, whatever. I think I probably only tried it because it was we're on single rank. Address hash bank. We want that on. That is everything in the BIOS. Okay. And I think we're at 4 GHz as well, so we'll save all of that, and then we'll save that as another profile so I never have to do that again. There we are. Wait, I had a profile? You know what, I'm overwriting that profile because whatever was on it, it wasn't working for me. So, that should be both our BIOS settings and our SoC voltage. Let's see if we can do 3866 then. You hit the delete like it's Morse code. Yeah, it's I think it's from, well, it's a, I can't remember the name of the song. It's featured in Disney's Fantasia. I think it's like The Magician's Apprentice or The Wizard's Apprentice or something. Da-dum, da-dum, da-da-da-da-dum, da-dum. So it's not Morse code, but it is, you know, an intentional rhythm, sort of, rather than just spamming it. Looks like 3866 is booting in. That's good. Let's do a quick run while we're here. I'm actually curious whether that's going to get anywhere near the PB. The timings are still super loose, but the higher clock might help. I'll open up the like save score screen in any case, because that'll tell me if there's any issue with like clocks or anything, or well, any issue with clocks really. Funnily enough, that's actually slower than some of the scores that I got when I was doing the efficiency testing, even though that was at 3600 because that was at tighter memory timings. Anyway, save result. So that's showing 4 GHz. And what if we fire up CPU Z? That is showing a hair under 4 GHz. So we might actually want to disable spread spectrum because I think that's taking us a little lower than we should be. But the good news is we're not overshooting on clocks, unlike on the Gigabyte board. So that's good. I think we are where we want to be. So I'll save that now, and I guess I'll just try 3933, right? Just go up a step, and then when that stops working, I'll probably see if I can raise SoC voltage some more. And then hopefully we can get in there at 4... I think the current number 1 is at 4,000. Let me double check that. To do odds and RAM range. So that's our current number 1 score, which is also on the 5.22, funnily enough. And that is at 4,000, yeah, okay. So that's our target, basically, ideally. So if we can get above 4,000, that would be very, very nice. And that was on a B550 Aorus Pro AX, funnily enough. Which I actually have. I have the little brother of that lying around. But hopefully the Unify X is better. These B550 gigabyte boards are very, very good. So I'm not sure. The other thing that I could try at some point, maybe, is I've got 4 sticks. I've got 2 more of them. So I could maybe... I think that one is the 4-layer one. Buildzoid said it wasn't. Buildzoid said it was 6-layer, I think. At least for the Micro ATX one. I don't know about the Aorus Pro AX that Naganan is using. It should be easy to pronounce, but there's just so many N's and A's, I just lose myself. Isn't Unify X the best B550 for MEM? Hopefully. Fingers crossed. So yeah, I'm going to hope for at least 4066. But one step at a time. Thought the only 6-layer ones were ATX Pro, Vision and Master. Gigabyte leaves layer marks. Aha! Right, well, in that case... I think that's booted. Yeah, it's a 6-layer. It is actually marked as 6-layer, I think. It's that thing in the corner where, yeah, you've got like 3 boxes and one of them says 6 in them. So it goes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this is a 6-layer board. So that's good to know. And 3933 booted. Hey, Kif. I had a nap that overran. Yeah, I know the feeling. It's fine. The funny thing is, I had in my head that I was just going to dive into this, and I was just going to stream like all day. And you might notice that I've been live for 38 minutes, and it is 8 minutes past 8, which I guess means I was pretty much on the dot 7:30, which is not only is not streaming all day, but it's actually even later than I started for some of the previous streams recently. So we're both late. Now, I didn't give a time that I was going to start this stream, so I'm not technically late. But to be fair, you didn't give a time when you were going to watch, so you're not late either. Right. I mean, the thing to do is really... is just to see if I can push it a bit more. I mean, that's what you want to be doing right now, so... yeah. I could run PyPrime. But I know it's PyPrime stable because it booted into Windows. Exa says I dislike the Tachyon again. Is that the Z590 Tachyon? So I think you said something in the Discord about it having maybe cracked. Yeah. Also, I've noticed that Cumstain doesn't seem to have introduced themselves. So yeah, bye bye. Right. Anyway, yes. Now, okay. I'm going to try the, what was it, RTTWR? Because that's currently off. So I'm going to try 80 ohms on that. And I'll just see, does that make it boot up? It does not. Yeah, so that's about typical, basically, is that you get right. Typical of my AM4 experience that messing with the resistances doesn't actually end up helping, even if they look a bit weird. Because that basically booted up exactly as easily as it did before. But then maybe it'll make a difference at 4K, right? Right. Alex says OCZ 1800 flat 7, 1.9 volts, 2 gig a stick, micron something. Yeah, I mean, certainly I think 1600 flat 6, 1.9 volts they did with D9JN. So I would expect probably the same. I'd be really interested to see the kits. Have you posted a picture in the Discord? Or okay, not at the moment. I'd like to see it. I don't know if the serial number would actually end up helping, because it is OCZ. So, oh, it's 1800 flat 8 or 1600 flat 7. Okay, well that makes it more likely to be micron then. Fingers crossed. Not a good start. Hello, Naga. I have not got 4,000 yet. Alice says, is losing stability at voltages approaching 1.45 volts characteristic of anything? I think CDI, generally. I mean, see if loosening out TRCD helps, because I know that Eden has been saying that CL scales on CDI, but RCD doesn't. CDI at 3933? Yes. Absolutely yes. What SoC are we at? Less than 1.3. What did you run, out of interest? .25-ish. Okay, so I'm actually at higher SoC voltage. I'll be interested to see. Do you mind? I'm trying to talk. I'll be interested to see if 3933 just boots in, or boots in after a retry. Because I can load the profile and all I changed was memory clock. If 3933 just doesn't want to boot in, then we know that training up does help a little bit. Infinity says, BRB going to get Monster and Chips. I approve. Okay, so 3933 is booting as easily as it did. So it doesn't need training into it, which is nice, I guess. So I guess the next thing to try is proc ODT. That seems like the obvious thing, right? Like, if you're tuning resistances. So what proc ODT are we at, first of all? We're at 60. We're back to RTTWR off. That's probably fine. I don't know. If anyone has any suggestions for RTTs to try, feel free to yell at me. Otherwise, I don't know, I might get to that again in a bit. Oh, right, SoC voltage. Oh, it's only at 1.23. Okay. So I could probably stand to raise that, actually. Let's try that next. I'll raise SoC voltage. I'll save that as a profile so that I don't have to go back to it. So the next... Right, because of this board, I can do 1.23 or I can do 1.275. So we're doing 1.275, which is buried in these somewhere, and I can't remember where. Oh God. Why would it be in chipset options? I don't know. Why would it be anywhere? Disable those while I'm here. What? I feel like I've got other voltages here. Where's my SoC voltage? Wait, what? I don't recall setting RTT num to RZQ over 7. I'm going to try setting that to auto and see how that behaves. Interesting. Well, I've learned something. going to fiddle with the fan that's under the desk here. Getting a bit warm. Right. Well, chaps, today we learned that RTT nom RZQ/7 is better than whatever the fuck auto is. Even though that seemed to be an auto setting? I don't know. Clear CMOS. 1, 2, 3, 4. So EXO had 4066 dual rank gear 1 before on the Tachyon and now isn't posting above 4000 on ratio. Oh right, isn't posting the 4000 ratio. It's doing 4020 with 3866 and base clock. That's not great. I mean, I can't get 4000 1-to-1 to work either. But it's not great that it was working and now it isn't. Right. So let's go back to 3933 and we'll at least save that as the profile, because that does work. So might as well. It is a good thing I don't have an F9 counter, isn't it? Come on, boot in for me. There you go. There you go. He's a good board. Right. Profile. I said I was going to save the profile. That reminds me, I haven't seen the neighbour's cat today. Anyway. To be fair, it has been tipping it down. Though I have seen him out in the rain. Right, so having saved that as a profile, right, I was looking for SoC voltage, and it's got to be somewhere in AMD PBS or CBS or NBC or something. I want those disabled as well while I'm at it. And I feel like it should be in this because it has other voltages, and I feel like I'm just blind. Alex asks, Mick, do you have a cat? I don't have a cat. One of my neighbours has a cat who is very, very friendly and who will come up to basically... The thing is, all of the houses on my street were built at the same time and they all have the same locks. Hopefully not the same keys, but the locks all sound the same. And he's learned what the sound of the keys jangling is, obviously, and what the sound of a lock is. And so he hears the locks being turned and he will run over to the door and just sort of like lie in front of you in the hopes that you pay attention to him and give him some scritches. So it's a bit like having a cat, but without any of the actual effort. You know what? Can I... Is it possible for me to pull up a video of this in a way that will... I don't know. I can show you a picture of my cat. Hang on. There. Not my cat. The neighbour's cat. Sorry. You know what it's like. But yes, there he is. That is him immediately after having flopped over on my doormat. Yeah, he likes flopping over. Like he does the thing where it's like you're stroking his back and he like raises his back up. Like I know people talk about like, you know, getting someone's back up as meaning like, you know, annoying them. But it's like when a cat is like pushing their back up into your stroking, that's a good thing. So you keep doing that. You'll like raise himself up, and then he gets as far as he can go, and then he just flops over like that. It's great. Anyway, I was looking for SoC voltage, and Gadget there is not going to help me, sadly, because cats are not good overclockers. Catgirls possibly, cats no. NBIO. Ooh, there's 1 voltage. Haha, there we are. In a way, it did help. I looked at the cat and then I immediately found SoC voltage. There you are. Right. Well, let's raise that up. Oh. Well, that's worse. Yeah. I'm laughing at what Kiv said, but I'm not sure whether I want to repeat it or not. What are current RTTs? I was gone for a sec. Auto. As is Proco DT. And yeah, raising SoC voltage has not helped. I think that's fair to say. Well, that is that's another CMOS clear, isn't it? No, that is not what I said. What I said is that it's possible for catgirls to be good overclockers. In the context, I want to stress of saying that cats themselves are not good overclockers. Right? All I'm suggesting is that catgirls have as much ability to be good overclockers as anyone else. Right? I am not making any other comparison in either direction. I don't. Please don't clip that. Of all of the things to clip, all I'm saying is you can be a catgirl if you want, and that's fine. That's good. Like I have no opinion on that either way, right? That's because it's not my business to have the opinion on that, right? Like that is for you to decide. I don't. When I say you, I mean the audience in general. Like, it is an individual, personal choice to be a catgirl or to not be a catgirl. And it's nothing to do with overclocking, and it's not for me to comment. That's all I'm saying. I'm so glad that this is specifically about... No, I'm not a catgirl. I went badly wrong here somewhere, didn't I? And it wasn't just in raising SoC voltage. Right, well, if SoC voltage hasn't helped, you know what? I could try lowering SoC voltage. If raising it's bad, admittedly raising it by a lot, maybe lowering it would help. Hey Sebi, what's the goal? Well, it's for the Old Zen Ram Venge competition, and the goal is ideally, you know, to win it, right? Like, ideally, I would like to get the best possible score. So I've got myself a couple of Corsair version 5.22 sticks, much like these. Except the ones I'm waving in front of the camera are A2 PCB, and the ones that are actually in there are A3, which, now we think about it, right, yeah, okay. There's a very obvious thing that I could be doing right now. Sebi says, I need to buy 4400 bin Rev B and G Skill Ballistics Max 4400 giga overpriced. I refuse to buy any other micron. Yeah, I guess it does exist, because the identification codes on G Skill at the start, like where it says it'll be 03 or 04, and that's like DDR4, and then there's some characters that refer to the JEDEC bin. But if it's the micron, like, super high clock bins, it will say that. I don't know if the 4400 bin exists in G Skill, but if it does, you can tell from the code. So it's not a bad idea. Right. So, I have swapped to A2 PCB, and my RAM fan is in the way of the postcode. Is that better? That's better. So that's posting straight away, but it's probably posting straight away because it's JDEC, because it's detected new RAM. Maybe. Oh. Yeah, there we are. So if I just load the profile again. Yep. So that was F9ing and then posting after a retry on the A3. Starbler asks, you tried messing with the SCE Win, by the way? No, it looks really interesting, but I have quite a lot on my plate at the moment. I really hope that somebody will, like, and report back, because, yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing that I think a lot of overclockers don't do enough of, is that kind of, like, Like people do OS tweaking, as in like going through and disabling everything, or like trying different operating system versions. But that kind of nuts and bolts stuff, I don't see a lot of, or the people who do it don't talk about it. But the problem is that basically I have this to do, and then once I've got that done, I mean, at some point in the next month I need to do an iGPU score. Then I've got HD 2900s that I need to get sold for Team Cup to people who are actually going to use them. I've got 478 boards that I need to get in the hands of people who are going to use them for Team Cup. I have a whole load of DDR3 off of eBay that I still haven't tested yet, so I need to do that. But that means, you know, clearing off the test bench, right? So I need to finish this first. I've got like a load of stuff to do with the house admin that I need to get done as well. Like there's some plumbing stuff. It's a long story. I've ended up learning more about plumbing than I was expected to, and mini expansion vessels and stuff. But basically, British Gas didn't do a very good job of installing our boiler. So we want to sort that out. If you've got a Worcester Green Star boiler, right, look in the installation manual, and it will say that it should have a mini expansion vessel fitted. And that's if you've got a non-return valve on your water supply. But if you've got a water meter, you probably have a non-return valve. What was I going to say? I got distracted by chat again. Yeah, water meters have non-return valves, and the thing is that boilers heat water up, right? And you know, when you've got the hot water on, then you turn the hot water off, and then the boiler is still heating the water a little bit, so that's expanding. And because you've got a non-return valve on the water supply, it can't just expand back into the mains water supply, and that can cause excessive pressure build-up in your pipes. And Worcester make some bits of their boiler that handle that water out of plastic. A neighbour of mine is a plumber, and so to be fair, all plumbers are like this about all boilers. But when I said I had a Worcester, he just went, ugh. So it's not, other people have said they're really good. I don't know. In any case, what you need is a mini expansion vessel, or at least like a water hammer shock arrestor, in order to deal with the effect of turning the water off when you've got hot water flowing, so that it doesn't cause an overpressure that then damages the boiler and potentially damages other bits of plumbing. British Gas should have installed that when they installed the boiler, and they didn't. So they've not done a very good job of that. That was a while ago, but it's in the bloody manual that they should do it, and they didn't. So we need to chase them up to get that sorted out. And also, I know this stuff about plumbing now, which I didn't expect to already want to know, but I now know what a mini expansion vessel is, and what a shock arrestor is, and why you would need one, which is great, I guess. None of this helps me get higher DDR4 clocks, by the way. Alex says, Mick, do you have any tips on how to unkill some version 2.12 1600C9 that errors in memtest? Tried cleaning contacts and that's it, because I don't know what more to do. It's version 2.12. It's BCSE or BCBG 2 gigabit LPDA. I do have a suggestion for what you can do with the 2.12. It doesn't involve breaking it less. My suggestion is, if you have working the 2.12, you should also put that in the bin. Well, not in the bin. You know, be responsible. You know, proper e-waste recycling. That stuff is, it's shit. It's just, it's the most miserable fucking stuff, because it just doesn't scale at all. Like, there's the tiniest little bit of scaling on, like, I think TRAS, and that's it. It's awful. I don't like it, and it doesn't clock very well either. So yeah, my suggestion is, okay, it's dead, who cares, basically. you want to sell it to someone who doesn't care to take it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough, and it is socket 775 compatible, I guess. Which is nice. Oh, that's funny. The emote wall is below the room cam. Let's fix that briefly. But yeah, I mean, you could try washing it with water. Maybe, you know, who cares, right? You rinse it out with water or put it through the dishwasher or something. Well, you don't really mixing it with food stuff, but like you could try washing it with water as long as you dry it thoroughly before you plug it back in. You could try freezing it. You could try the oven. Have you considered hitting it with a hammer? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, 4 gig socket 775 compatible sticks. They're not that bad, I guess. Can I delid it somehow? Yeah, probably. I did mine. I mean, I'm allowing myself to get distracted here. I don't know where it is. I left it somewhere. Yeah, so the Corsair like Vengeance heat spreader, the one that's like really tall but kind of flimsy, you can do that one with heat and patience. Like, you know, warm it up with a hairdryer until it's sort of too hot to comfortably touch, and just be gentle with it and patient. That should be alright. If it's XMS or Dominator, then probably can't delid that. But yeah, I don't know. Oven, freezer, these are things that people do. I'll be honest, I think for me, if RAM is erroring and if cleaning the contacts isn't sorting it out, then I don't know if I'd actually want the responsibility of selling that, because like, what if whatever I've done like fails after 2 weeks, right? And the buyer comes back and says, you sold me some crap. What if it fails after 2 months? It's outside the return window, but they won't be happy with me. So yeah, I mean, that's I'm kind of coming down on the side of that's probably e-waste anyway, regardless of whether or not it's good to overclock with, if I'm completely honest. Anyway, right, so I'm on A2 PCB now. I hope my VDIM isn't really that low. It can't be that low. That must be reading wrong. I'm going to double check. Hardware info. DRAM 1.208 volts. Right. I thought the profile was like 1.6. I need to check that. That could be a problem. Strunk has posted a YouTube link. Oh, it's that one. Nice, nice. I'm gonna play that on stream. Yeah. Ground makes very short, sporadic videos, but they are fun. But yeah, I don't endorse this, by the way. I don't endorse the stuff that's going on there. It's not a good idea. But I mean, I fucking guess, right? I can't, you know, I can't argue with that. Yeah. Well, Peter Partial, 7th letter is, you guessed it, C. Well, yeah, it would be. It's BC, SE, or BG, whatever. I know, they're both shit. Right, is my VDIM really low? Okay. That says 1.6. Is there something really weird going on where because I've messed with CBS it's setting it wrong. Or PBS, wherever it was. I keep... NBIO... Like, does that have VDIM in it? It doesn't. I'm going to try just saving and exiting out of that, and I don't know, we'll see if that reads correctly now. It seems like it's booting up first try, that's a good sign. Okay. I'm curious now if Zen Timings is reading the full VDIM, maybe. And yeah, so these .txt's, there's hey silly .text, no CPU-Z here .text, and then down at the bottom is the stream can't see .text. Now, that's from the first streams that I did, but they're in the wrong place now because I've moved the camera. So let's pop them down in the correct place. A little further down there. But yes, and those are to remind me not to put CPU-Z where the stream can't see. But yeah, I've fiddled with the setup now, so you know the screen's a bit smaller, and then I'm not overlapping it as much. Right, that is reading full VDIM now. So, the reason it was having a problem before is that it wasn't at full VDIM, I guess. Which is weird behaviour, but okay, we didn't need any retries. So, I'm more optimistic now. I mean, at risk of, I don't know, jinxing it or something, I'm more optimistic now about getting 4000 than I was before. Because if we can boot 3933 without a retry, 4000 looking more likely. Also, if I'm being weird with my hands, I've got like a really itchy something on that hand, and that's why. I know it's probably herpes. That I should clarify that's a joke. There's no reason that. Anyway. Although it would be funny if like it gets worse and I end up going to a doctor and it turns out it actually is herpes. I don't think you can get herpes of the hand, can you? Yeah. Alex says, I wonder if delidding fixes it, and I'll be honest, mate, I doubt it, but best of luck. Yeah, it's still not liking 4000 very much, is it? This is going to be number 6. Okay. Well, I'm still happier about the A2 stuff because it does boot 3933 just, you know, without a retry. At least when the full voltage is applied. it's possible that I'm overshooting on voltage, I guess, but I don't know. My inclination is to try different proc ODT next. Hopefully that will work. One of these days I'm accidentally going to hit save to profile rather than load. I should probably save a second profile just in case. 11th gen RTLs are not nice. I'm glad I don't have 11th gen. Hey Infinity. Infinity says, I'm back. What did I miss? It depends when you left, but a bit of chat and a lot of this, basically. Lots of F9, lots of AD. Come on. About 40 minutes ago. You might have missed the cat as well. I pirated one of Ground's videos. Oh right, yeah, I remember. Yeah, the monster and ooh, canned nuts, nice. Right, so that had loads of trouble booting, but maybe now it won't. Oh, for fuck's... Maybe the A3 stuff is better. This one glorious moment where it booted without needing a metric fuck ton of retries. I was thinking, oh my god, I can't even do anything else at the same time because it's just like retry, 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 retry. Oh my god, fuck this. Yeah, the A3 stuff was definitely better behaved. And that's out the way the postcode, yep. You can tell us your opinion on the Scotland's First Minister being investigated by the HMRC. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure to what extent I want to touch that. I mean, it's... The thing is, I'm generally fairly comfortable talking about politics because it's kind of like, I mean, I'll talk about I try not to, because like I will go off on one to a much greater extent than anyone wants to watch, but it's one of those things where, so if I say, you know, I support trans rights, trans people have a right to be able to access timely healthcare, I don't, like, if people disagree with that, then I don't mind if they go away, is the thing. Right? Because they're people I'm probably not going to get on with in general. But when it comes to the SNP, it's a bit more complex than that. I don't know. And there's so many like angles to it, and there's so much like nuance to it, and it's kind of weird, right? Like, and I don't know. Yeah. Right, let's see if that just boots in at 3933. That's more like it. I'm kind of like curious, like watching the view count, see if it ticks down, see if anyone's just been like, oh, he supports trans rights, oh, I'm off then. What kit of RAM is the RAM fan from? It's Corsair Dominator Platinum something, and I can't remember if I actually got it with a kit or on its own. Infinity says I was joking, by the way, it's a rather dry topic. I mean, I don't know, like, it's pretty exciting, it's stuff happening, but like, doesn't mix well with overclocking. Right, so I was going to try Proc ODT, I guess, one step lower, and see if that still boots up, so that's what we're doing next. I should save that backup profile first. After the Tories past few years, it's a lot less exciting than it would have been. Yeah, that's true. Do you know if there are replacement fans available for the Corsair Dominator GT fan heatsink thing? Mine sounds terrible. I mean, if you look hard enough, you'll be able to find fans in the same size, I'm sure. I know the Dominator GT one. Do I have one of those to hand? It's possible to like re-lubricate them, but I don't have one immediately to hand to point it out on, and I'm supposed to be setting Proc ODT to 53.3 ohms. Is that down here? Yeah, here we are. No, not you. That's a good sign, it booted. I'm going to try and go into BIOS and save a profile, because I keep saying I want a second profile as a backup. Asus is officially releasing that motherboard powered GPU combo. Yeah. I mean, I guess I've very mixed feelings about stuff like that, because it's nice, but then you end up in a situation years down the line where it's like someone has that combo and then their motherboard dies, and it's like maybe if they're lucky they can get a replacement board, but it's going to be really expensive. It's not ideal. But the builds are going to look nice. It's just that, like, and the GPU as well, right? Like, I guess at least with the motherboard you can use it for other things. The GPU, you can't use that in a different board. I mean, that now whether that ends up hurting the resale value, whether they end up becoming rare collector's items, who knows? I think basically if the project succeeds and they keep making stuff like that, then the GPU is going to have terrible resale value. So if you're buying it, then you almost have to bet on it failing effectively, or succeeding so hard, as Starblur says, that it stops being proprietary. But, like, I don't know why anyone else would jump on Asus's bandwagon right now. Why wouldn't they come up with their own standard, the same way that has been happening with RGB, right? So, yeah. Oh, it's only a 4070 as well. Why would you pay through the node? I mean, it's like the Noctua Edition GPUs. They've done these Noctua Edition GPUs, but they're not the top-end models. What's the point of that? The connector is proprietary to Asus. Yeah, okay, so it's... yeah. Yeah. Grumble, grumble. Right. So we are in OS at 3933 with 53.3 ohms proc ODT. You know what? I am going to run PyPrime. For the second time this stream, we are 90 minutes in, and I'm going to run PyPrime for a second time. I still don't have a new PB yet this stream. Well, it's looking faster. That's good. You'd hope it's at higher clocks. It's presumably not going to touch the PB. But it is at least faster than my efficiency testing now. And presumably I'm going to double check that other clocks are alright. Yep, all the clocks are showing as being within limits. That's wonderful. Good. Starblur says, imagine how perfect world would be without proprietary solutions, and Infinity said, but how would Logitech survive in that world? Yeah. Ah, Logitech. Yeah. Maker of the finest nautical hardware. The funniest thing about, well, I don't know if it's the funniest, but one of the funny things about that submarine thing is the fact that the price of those controllers on eBay about doubled. I mean, to be fair, they look alright. Right. So we'll save that as another profile, and we'll give 4000 another go now that our proc ODT is lower. And hopefully it won't just F9 on us. You know, I was saying that to set up it F9ing, which would have been funny. But this board has no sense of comic timing and is actually working. Which, to be fair, I do appreciate. Thank you, board, for booting 4000 apparently. Straight in as well. I'm pleased about that. I'm going to open CPUs then before I get too excited. Okay, yes, yep, we are at 4000. Now, let's run. We'll do one run of PyPrime just to prove it's at least, you know, PyPrime stable, right? Oh! That was the other thing that I was supposed to do before I streamed again, and I didn't do it. Right, because I think it was Dave the Noob sent me a link to the Asus thing, and I was going to see if that worked for in OS base clock. I can do that later, maybe. Hopefully. Or not. I don't know. Let's see if PyPrime works. It's probably not going to be a PB because the timings are loose. We're doing frequency, but touch wood. That is PyPrime at 4000 on Zen Plus. Yes, on Hynix as well. Excellent, and it is fuck all near a PB, but that's fine. Right, good, excellent. Well, let's get into BIOS. Alex says deleting this junk fixed it. Nice. There's BIOS. Right, let's save that profile. And I mean, it'd be a sin not to push it, right? Ah, you know what? I never touched Proc ODT when I was doing max frequency. This might have more max frequency. Oh my god, it's booted 4066 as well. I'm excited now. This might actually be a new #1 in the competition because I'm at higher clock than the current #1, assuming that this actually does boot and run. But like we're looking pretty good so far. Oh my god, I can't believe it's this simple. It's just proc ODT. Yeah, and we're at the clock. The clock is real. There's the performance. Alex says, what do I do now? Who knows if it will be alive tomorrow? I mean, I still think that the sticks are sus, right? Because it's like, if just having the heat sinks on, they were erroring, and now it looks as if they're maybe not erroring. It's just a bit, you know. But I guess you could like just test them overnight or something, maybe, if you think it's worth your time to do that. I'm so glad I set that soundboard up. Okay, 4066, come on. Clip that little giggle. Oh no. 16, I think that's better. Right. Oh dear. Yeah, it's so. This is a bit of an experiment for me, if I'm completely honest, because this isn't just orangeade. So I mean, don't get me wrong. It's, you know, within what any doctor would say is completely fine. I'm absolutely not, you know, doing anything that would be a bad idea, but this is the first time I've done a stream like this being anything less than completely sober, at least in terms of, I mean, I've been on loads of caffeine in the past, but that's different. So it's a bit of an experiment in like how that ends up going. What? So it says 4000, but it says it's at 4066, but it says, did I accidentally load the profile rather than save it? Can you clip that, Kif, and find out? I mean, I reckon I probably accidentally loaded the profile rather than saving it. So let's just go straight into BIOS now. And yeah, it's 46. Okay, so I did accidentally load rather than save the profile. I knew that was going to happen at some point, so cool. Well, let's see if 4133 works. Why not, right? You loaded it. Thank you, Kiff. Oh my god. Is 4133 posting? Excuse me? You do know that's Hynix, right? What are you doing posting? That's not supposed to work. Look at that. It's fucking posted. It's fucking booted Windows. It's doing fucking 4133. What the fuck? Are you seeing this? Oh my god! Right, Benchmate, let's do a PyPrime run. Make sure it's PyPrime stable, you know. Jesus. That is a very good CPU, apparently. I mean, yeah, I'm floored here. I was not expecting this. And that it was 16.6 something last time, so the performance is scaling. Like it's not fake. Wow. Well. This is gonna go well, isn't it? This is gonna be a good stream. Oh boy. I should give the board some credit as well. It's a very good board. Okay. Save. I think I got it that time. Right, I mean, I have a 4200 malt, right? It would be rude not to. Jesus. Okay, no, it's not. Okay, calm down a bit. It's not. Exa says, "Don't beat my max valid in PyPrime, please." I don't think we're quite there. What's your max valid? Wait, what is it? 2141. Okay. Yeah, it's like. Yeah, it's nearly 4300. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're about to have another CMOS clear. There's the F9. Come on. Ooh. Okay, but is that just OC or wait? Is it stuck on 60 again? It's stuck on 60 again. Okay, you know what? Actually, I'll give it one more retry after the power cycle. How about that? Nope. Excess has more sock. I'm not convinced. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Because previously I did try more SoC voltage, and that made it worse. But that was at a different proc ODT. I mean, it's worth a go, I suppose, right? Like, I'm just adding the fact that we've hit 4133 because that's nice. He's nice. Load. Right, let's see if it just boots back at 4133 first of all. You know, if I was more on the ball, then I might be like running 30-second ads during the CMOS clears, and then people wouldn't have pre-roll ads. I don't know. Equally, 30 seconds isn't long enough to like go get a coffee, so it's a really annoying length of ad break. Like it's not long enough that you can say to the audience, you know, you take a break as well. So it's just like saying, sit here and watch this shit. And it's like, oh, I don't want to do that really. Anyway, so I believe we've booted back in at 4133. Yep, jolly good. So, do I do SoC or I want to do proc ODT. I want to try another step lower on proc ODT, see if that boots in, and then see if that boots in at 4200. Then I will try fiddling with SoC voltage, but I feel like we probably don't need that, maybe? I definitely need to give this a go for the valid, though. I mean, its preferred SoC voltage might be different for Micron anyway. It's worth a go, right? Okay. So, if lowering proc ODT has worked, does that mean we're getting closer to the optimal level? Only one way to find out. think that's a no. I'll try another step, but I doubt that's going to help. Should I even bother? It might just be that it doesn't like the multi. Also, I think I might have forgotten to count that last CMOS clear. I've got CMOS clears on the brain because you know what's coming. Yeah, I will try even... I'll just let it finish spinning. I'll try even further on Proc ODT just because I think it's best to try that. Or should I try... Yeah, I'll try going even further on Proc ODT because if that boots 4133 as well, then maybe the value in the middle is the optimal one. And so that's still data, right? So 43.6 ohm works as well, maybe. Maybe drive strength sorcery will help. Hey, it could do. I mean, we're doing so well already. It looks like it is booting in with Proc ODT even lower, so I'm going to let that go all the way to Windows. I'm going to fire up Zen timings just to confirm the settings. I'm going to run PyPrime just to confirm the stability is at least equivalent. And then I'll try going... I guess I'll try 4200 again? Seems like the logical thing to do. I can't believe I'm like sat here like fiddling, but it's at 4133. And yep. Stable as it's ever been, as far as I know. So let's give ourselves a reason to clear CMOS again. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not acting as if the ratio's just broken, but like, yeah. Come on, no, 55. Fine, fine, fine. I think I want to try base clock. I don't know if it would be ambitious to base clock all the way to 4200 straight away, but yeah. I do want to get my score done today, well tonight. And 4133 is already really fucking fast. So I don't think I want to touch drive strengths. I think I'd rather... I'll do base clock and see if that gets me anywhere. And then I'll start doing timings and hopefully tighten the timings down and just blow the score away, and that'll be that job done. So we're going for 48 here, I think, because that's in the middle of the values that seem happy. Yeah, let's be ambitious. 101.25 base clock, 4184. Ooh. That's looking good. That's looking very good. Now, is it going to load Windows though? Because it's not looking like it's loading Windows. I think that's frozen. Yeah, that's frozen, hasn't it? Okay. Oh, that's perfect though, because now we can try different values and just see if they get us into Windows. And I don't have to deal with it having to clear CMOS every time. Was that failed post, or have I... Even that posted is fucking impressive. Look at that! 4184. So we'll try that with 53.3 Proco DT and see if that's any better. Or if it just fails to post altogether, as the case may be. And then we can try that going further in the other direction as well, down to whatever the 43 point something was. Oh. Okay, it's posted. fairly sure it's frozen there again. Yeah, and oh, you can even see the temperature falling. You can see the temperature drop off a cliff. I really want to get 4184 to work. That would be a lot of fun. I'd be very pleased with that. Okay, so no help going in that direction. What about the other direction? 43.6 ohms. Maybe, right? Maybe. Disabled RTT Park is a free boot. What do you mean by that? Is that something that would affect stability more once I'm past post? This isn't looking great. Oh. You know what, fine, you've bullied me into it. I'm going to fiddle with my RTT Park. Or, wait, not RT, that's not disabled. It was WR that was disabled, wasn't it? Shouldn't be, you never know, fair enough. Yeah, it was RTT WR that was disabled, so we're going to try that at 80 instead. And we'll just give that a go, really. You never know. Yeah. Fuck you, RTTWR. Get F9'd on. Wait, no, don't turn it back on. Oh, shit. Right. I actually did touch the CMOS clear button there while there was still a bit of power in it. So if my board dies now, that's why. It would at least be a kind of vindication, I suppose. So, if 4184 doesn't work, let's try the other one that's like a bit less than that. So the 39.75 malt. There we are. Load. So that's 4158 that we're aiming at. Hey Matt. I'm doing 4133 dual channel on Hynix with Zen Plus. How's your day going? Hopefully 4158 in a sec. I am pleased with how this is going. less pleased with that. Just woke up from a nap. Nice. You know, I've realised I'm missing something. Is this out of the ordinary, Hynix? Yeah, even 3600 is considered difficult. If I fiddle with my... right, no, let's not fiddle with the layout. Or, no, I could. Hang on. Okay, there we go. So now when I turn to the system, it's on the right side. Although that's still frozen, hasn't it? Yeah. Wait, that's on 1st Gen Ryzen. Yes. Okay, have I messed up something with the camera? No, it's just supposed to be like that. Right. I think I'm going to have to accept 4133. That's right. So did I? Yeah, I need to disable spread spectrum. Needs to be disabled. What? There was some other stuff that I keep like. Every time I disable it, it doesn't boot for unrelated reasons. Right, yeah, those can fuck off. You giddy drunk Mick, asks Kif. A little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. There's a bit of that going on. Okay, so this time, hopefully it will, I can just tell it to fuck off and it'll actually boot. No, don't diagnose it. It doesn't need diagnosis. Of all the things in this room that need diagnosis, the PC is not one of them. There's probably a way of disabling that. Right, so do a run, save the profile, tighten timings. That's the plan. But I am going to need to pop the loo at some point this stream, and I think in between clock and I need to put the CPU Z things, the reminders the other side now, don't I? Is that about right? Yeah. I'm going to have to get used to that. I think this is a better layout though, I think. BCD edit set current auto recovery. Yeah, sure, why not? Does it need the current thing there? I assume it does. BCD edit set, current recovery enabled, no. Boop. Thank you. Okay. So, we do a PyPrime run, and then I'll set it to reboot into the BIOS, and I will go BRB for, you know, the traditional 3 minutes, so that I can have a bio break, and let's be honest, anyone who's watching can have a bio break. And then we tighten timings, and with any luck, we get #1 score because my clock is better than anyone else's. So that is the plan. I'll ready up a 3-minute timer. Come on. And go to the BRB screen and then hit the advert button. But there's going to be about 10 seconds between me saying this, so the advert's probably already started if you're getting the advert. But There we are. Right, yes, that was a bit longer than 3 minutes, but there you are. GPU blow has a lot of wiggle to it. I think it's just like uneven dust on it, but I know what you mean. It looks like it's wiggling. Right, well, my view count went up in that time. That's embarrassing. So, Titan timings take down the top score. Let's save the profile here as well first. So then I've got 2 profiles that I'm working with. And that way, if I accidentally wipe one, I'm not screwed. So, yeah, I mean, we're already at really high voltage. Let's just be optimistic, right? See if CL16 works. Oh, it's working. Quick title update to reflect the frequency, and then I probably don't need it in strim.txt anymore. We don't need that as a reminder. Right. At this point, I mean, I've started tightening timings, so hello GNHY. Yeah, might actually start thinking about maybe getting PBs with this, hopefully. Probably not straight away, but yeah. I guess I'll do the RRD timings next. They should be easy. Yeah, big improvement, not PB, that's fine. Because the PB is fully tuned, it's just fully tuned at like right down at 3600 or 3733 or something, not at 4133 like we're at. So yeah. So I guess we'll just try, it should be in BIOS, 4416 before we do anything else, because I don't know. Because I know what to set these to and it normally works, frankly. Fingers crossed. Oh, you know what I need to do? Ooh. Oh, that's not good. I'll sort that out in a minute. First, will Mick beat the current number 1 at 15.461 seconds? Poll 30 minutes start. Prediction rather, not poll. It's not good. I'll be honest, I think I will. Oh, is that booting? That's not booting. Come on. Don't be like that. Okay. So I'll try the power cycle. And failing that, it's going to be +1 for the old clear CMOS counter. Yeah. Right, and LED's gone out. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I definitely... what is going on? Why do I feel weird about the camera positioning now? I don't know. It's just because it's moved. I think I'm just not used to it. Right, yeah, I needed to update CMOS clears. There we go. And the board needs to figure out that there is a lack of GOP. And then we can try 4620 rather than 4416 on the RRD timings. And I didn't have the thingy saved, did I? The CL, so that was 16. And let's try 4620. And hopefully that will work. Yeah, so RRD-S of 4, RRD-L of 6, and T4 of 20. I'm the only one who gravitates to that particular set of timings. But I feel like it always seems to work for me, and it feels comfy. That doesn't mean it's necessarily actually the best, but I like it. I'm a fan of it, you know. I'm fond of 4620. Hello, Poop Feast 420. Do you do this for a living? I wish. GNHY says, shouldn't it be 5620? But fair enough. So T4 does not have to be 4 times the short read-to-read delay. If you put T4 below that, then it won't have any effect, right? Because it's the time in which you can issue 4 read commands. So if it takes 5 cycles for a read command, if you can only issue a read command at most once every 5 cycles, then it's 5, 10, 15, 20. There's no point having that window be shorter than 20. But you can have that window longer than 20, right? Or in my case, I've got TRRD-S of 4, so I can issue a read command at it's 4 cycles, so it's 4, 8, 12, 16, right? And I can still do that even though my T4 is 20, but then I have to have a break of 4 up until the end of that T4 window, the 4 activate window, and at that point I can start issuing more commands. And the point of that is it gives the memory controller, gives the RAM a break, and I don't fully understand why that's useful, but apparently it is. Poop Feast says, I have no knowledge of overclocking. This looks interesting. Stumbled upon this channel randomly. Cool. Well, I mean, yeah, feel free to stick around. I can't promise how accessible I can make it, which it is really unfortunate, because I don't know how much sense it's going to make. I hope it ends up making sense. I consider it on me to do my best, but yeah. First person who's not from AHOC, says Infinity. Yeah, it's why I kind of like the idea of making videos at some point. I think that would be nice, because because in a video I could actually stop and explain things as they're introduced. Whereas with streaming, it's like I can't explain everything every time I do it, but I don't know when people are joining, and yeah. Anyway, so the benchmark that we're running is PyPrime. You can see down there somewhere the PB and the target. Now, our target is someone who is running with super tightened timing, so that means all of the operations that the memory does, it does them in a short time, a short number of clock cycles. And then the overall memory speed they're at is 4000. I'm at 4133 overall speed, but my timings are still loose. So yes, it's running very fast, but then it's taking more cycles to do things, which is why I only just got 16.2 seconds, which isn't even as good as my PB. Because my PB was down at 3733 or something, or 3600, but with tightened timings. So that's kind of where we are on that. So reboot back into BIOS, and we'll find another timing. So that there is this bewildering array of timings in the BIOS for memory. They all represent different memory operations. The thing is, you don't actually have to understand what any of them... I don't understand what most of them do. Right? I know I was just explaining T4. That's the only one I understand. All that matters is that for almost all of them, lower is better. So we'll save a profile here, and that way we can get back our settings if they don't work. And we'll go into our advanced DRAM configuration, and here is a million different timings, and it's just a case of which one do we want to try dropping. So I'm going to try TRCD. You know what, I'm going to do all three of these at once, which is not normally a good idea, but you know, it might speed things up if it works. If it doesn't work, it won't speed things up. Yeah, let's give that a go. And because I haven't unlocked BIOS here, there's more options that are showing up, which is why it's showing the changes as affecting different stuff. Now, so that down there is an F3 postcode. You'll notice it's staying on that. That's not the one that means that it's posted. Kif says, is it TRCD RD or WR that can go to 8? I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting too. I think it's WR. Can't always go to 8, but normally it can go to the minimum. It can go to 8. And oh, that's booting. Now if it's struggled and then it boots, I think I know what might be coming. Noob question, but the way I understand it, wouldn't you be able to copy someone's exact setup and have the same gear? Is there luck involved in the competitive elements of this? Yeah. There's luck. So if I copied someone else's setup and I had all the same stuff and I put all the same settings in, it might not work on my hardware because just luck, right? Like I have more sticks here. I have another 2 sticks, another kit that I'm not using because they didn't seem to be working as well to me. So there is that element of luck where sometimes for competitive overclocking you're going through lots of different bits of hardware. Then there are elements of skill for some of it, sort of like when you're doing sub-zero overclocking, which I'm not right now, but if you're like pouring liquid nitrogen, that's not booting, is it? If you're pouring liquid nitrogen, like maybe you have a chip where maybe your chip is happiest at minus 80 degrees, right? Or that's a bad example. Let's say minus 100. Then you need to pour liquid nitrogen into your pot, into your evaporator, which is something that would look a little bit like this. This is one that I made myself out of aluminium. The good ones are copper. So you're pouring liquid nitrogen into that until it reaches that -100 or whatever it was I said, and then you have to kind of drip feed it to maintain as close to that temperature as possible to keep the chip as cold as possible, and then that will let you clock higher. That is skill, and it's not something I'm very good at, to be honest. I'm pretty bad at that. I have done it, but I'm not great at it. Right, that is a clear CMOS. But yeah, there is an element of just experience. Like, the more experience you have, the faster you can work out what settings are going to work. And you might, I mean, like me being able to just say, oh, I think this setting will work, right? That's something that does come from experience. But then those settings I just tried, they didn't work. So I've had to clear those settings, and I'm going to go in, load the profile, and set something else and hope that the something else works. Because I think it was, I did full 20s, and it did sort of boot, so it was close. So I'll try 21s. But yeah, so there's that kind of element of luck. That a lot of it is persistence. There's a big element of persistence, and then you have creativity in finding new things to try, finding new ways to push the performance even higher. So there's a lot of that, especially when it comes to GPUs. You can do this with motherboards as well, but mostly with GPUs, like, people actually figure out physical modifications for them. But yeah, I mean, to me personally, the competition is friendly. It's a very friendly competition. So I think, I don't know if he's still in the chat at the moment, but certainly the guy whose score I'm currently trying to beat, you know, down there, who's the current #1, he has been watching these streams. He's in my Discord, and I posted about, so I did a whole load of testing, right, where I went through, this is about 200 runs with different motherboard settings, but I posted that in the Discord, and he's gone through it and he's gone, oh, I didn't try that one, I'll give that a go. Where was I? Profile. Wait, was it that one, or no? It was that one, wasn't it? But yeah, so it's a friendly competition. As much as any, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd love to be at the top, right? But like, as much as anything else, you want to just see the hardware go as fast as possible. That's kind of great to see. You know, I always say this, everybody always goes to this, but it's like drag racing, right? Like, yeah, you want to win, but you want to see a car go fast, right? So let's try 21s this time. How often do you break hardware doing this? Or is it pretty incremental testing to not break anything? So, first of all, if my settings are just bad as in unstable, if I've like gone too far, that doesn't break the hardware, right? It might potentially corrupt the operating system, but the operating system's disposable. But that doesn't break the hardware. It just means, like, you get a blue screen maybe, you know, or the board fails to post, you have to clear the CMOS. I did that already once. Well, this stream I've done it 12 times so far. You can break hard. I'm running unsafe voltages right now. So if I fire up Zen timings, right? I am running 1.23 volts SOC. Now that might be alright, but it's on the edge. I wouldn't recommend that somebody do that 24/7. I'd probably say you want to maybe stay below 1.2 if it's 24/7. The memory, I am running 1.6 volts through this Hynix memory that, to the best of my knowledge, is based on 8 gigabit CJR chips. They're referred to, cut down. The point is that in terms of spec, if I manage to line that up, these are rated well, actually for 1.2 volts on that stick. I think the others are probably rated for 1.35. 1.6 volts is too much, right? It will damage that memory over time. Overclockers do kill hardware from time to time. I try not to kill like older hardware. If it's current gen stuff that's still being made, I don't feel so bad about that. But when it's older stuff, and like there's a finite supply of it, I don't like it if that gets damaged, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, you know, not to go back to the car analogy, but when you're racing cars, they get damaged, right? Stuff, you know, components die on them. It's a little bit like that, if we're honest. But you're not trying to, and that's not inherent. It doesn't always happen. And yeah, so as people are alluding to in chat, one of the very common reasons that hardware dies that's adjacent to overclocking is when you're trying to do something with it that might like improve the cooling, like delidding is a common thing. So some older motherboards, there's actually a lid on top of the North Bridge, which is analogous to the I/O die on a modern AMD processor. But on older systems, those are on the motherboard, and some of those have lids on them. They have a heat spreader, and so you can get better overclocks if you delid that, right? If you pop that lid off, it's really dangerous. And this guy, Tech Tested, Matt is referring to, Rage, has not the best record with that. He's not the only person who's, you know, messed up and damaged motherboards. You know, he's more open about it than other people are, so he's the one who gets the reputation because he doesn't hide his mistakes. But yeah, so it happened. Anyway, I was going to do a PyPrime run. So it's funny, one of the things, like Ava, maybe? I don't know, but isn't that the point? So one of the things is like running the benchmark at the right time can actually end up mattering, and like when you run it relative to when you turn the system on. But I have no idea what's optimal for PyPrime other than not quite immediately. But this is fine because I'm still tuning. So I'm very happy to, you know, leave the system sat there and sit and talk a little bit. It's all right. 15.919 we got there, so nowhere near the PB, but a big improvement. And the key thing is it passed. You know what? I'm going to give it another couple of runs just to make sure. Infinity says I'm still shit scared of delidding soldered CPUs. Yeah, I have done that once, but it was dead already, and so I just wanted to, I can't remember why, I wanted to get the heat spreader off it. So I used a blowtorch to melt the solder. That's probably not the best way of doing, like, if you want the CPU to survive, I would normally advise against introducing a blowtorch to it. Okay. That seems stable enough anyway. You know, all things are relative. PyPrime stable is not very stable. Plasma cutter worked. Yeah. Matt's saying sometimes just many LN2 sessions can kill hardware as well, and yeah, that is true. Sadly, if you're cooling something down to minus 196 degrees, then that's going to cause it to contract, and then later on you have to warm that back up and it expands, and that creates a kind of wear. It puts stressors on it. It does wear it out, you know, more so than any thermal cycling from daily use would. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Oh, I wonder if there's a case for a deliberately slow pull down to protect the motherboard. I've never thought about that. Anyway. Save the profile. So one of these doesn't do 20, and in my experience it's probably RCDRD. So I'll try dropping the other two and just see if that works. If that doesn't work, then I don't know. Infinity says, I think I might try something with the AM5 Ryzens when they enter cheap as territory, as in cheap as chips. Yeah, I mean, sure, it's possible. So it's a 70 code and it's not... It's possible that TRCDRD and TRP have the same minimum. Because I think that was what happened last stream. There's a method that involves an iron for delidding AM5. I mean, I guess that makes sense. They're temperature controlled at a fairly modest temperature, aren't they? I can see that. I think this might be another CMOS clear. But I mean, this is a great example of what happens. You know, I've screwed up. I mean, it's not a screw up. It's not, you know, it's part of the process. But I've screwed up and gone too far. So kill power. And wait for the power to fully drain. Hold the clear CMOS button for a few seconds. Power it back up. Come on. And update my CMOS clears counter to lucky 13. Cut the glue with wire and then put the CPU on a heated surface to melt the solder. Yeah, that makes sense. And this is going to take a minute because it's an older graphics card, so it has to figure out that it needs that the graphics card doesn't have a GOP or something. Make your own jokes for that one. I can't think of any right now, but I'm sure there are some. Okay, back in. So. TRCDWR, that might do 8. So let's just do that while we're here. Because often it does. I think that's the one that normally goes really low. Salty says, if you want, there's a tool to add EFI and GOP to any GPU BIOS if you want to save a reboot. I mean, that'd be neat. Probably not right now, though. Also, this card is a bit loud when the fan spins up, so I need to find a better option for streaming with. Just not right now. Again, I wanted to get these streams done because I wanted to get this competition out of my system.
Blue screen!
First one of the stream. Is that a bit loud? I did a sound check and I tried the soundboard on the... Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Let's go about... Yeah, I've turned it down by about 3 decibels. I guess it's as the stream goes on. Maybe I'm like it's like 4 times louder than you. Okay. I'll put it about 10 decibels lower than where it was, which should perceptually be about half the volume. That's probably alright. Okay, so this is a really good example of one where TRC-DWR at 8 doesn't work, apparently, so let's try 10. Was that the French-Canadian blue screen sound effect? Yep, that was Truffman. From an old overclocking TV. Yeah, we're finally in the territory where I get to use the soundboard because I get blue screens. Okay. 15.461 PB, so we might be closing in on that. Okay. So, if I remember rightly, a spinny thing comes up in a second. Yep, there's the spinny. We'll wait for the spinny. Let's fire up PyPrime and give it a run. This has a hope of closing in on the PB at this stage, I think. Maybe. Hopefully. Yeah. Not there yet, but 15.747, not bad. So we'll save that profile and I guess we'll try RCDRD lower, because it seems like TRP didn't want to go low. We've tried, yeah. Technically, RCDRD might go a step lower. On another tab, what timings are left? Most of them. I'm not even finished on the primaries. Technically, there might be a little bit more in the RRDs as well. Okay, let's try reducing TRCDRD. And this is the bit where I need to like start going off about growing up and imagining running TRCD20 or something. Like that one clip from a couple of streams ago. Well, it is loading in. 132 CMOS clears. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it's only 13. So it's not been quite that bad yet. I mean, we'll see. I've only been going about 3 hours. Well, it hasn't blue screened yet, but I haven't run PyPrime yet. Those are some AM5 numbers. Okay, well. Let's see if it's PyPrime stable. TRC-DRD does affect performance a fair bit. I mean, TRCD in general affects performance a fair bit. I mean, a fair bit in this context is like shaving off a few 100 milliseconds maybe, but still. Okay. It seems stable, but I don't trust it, so I'm going to give it another couple of runs. Yeah. I mean, I think I might be alright. I think this is actually doing okay. So TRP was the limit, not TRCD. Or TRCD-RD rather. If we're being specific. That's good. Getting closer to the PB. Getting closer. So, that might do 9. That's definitely minimised. That's probably minimised, but you know what? I can't prove that I've found the minimum RCD-RD, so we'll save the profile again. Because, like, I'm really not expecting this to work. But the spirit of scientific inquiry is that you try things that you don't expect to work, right? So let's try TRCD-RD of 19. Huh. Okay. I don't trust it. It seems to be working. Infinity says, like consuming radioactive substances. Well, look, okay. If there's a risk to health, that's different. But at worst, I'm going to have to clear CMOS. GNHY says, these chips seem more fun than my normal CJR kit. They're alright, aren't they? They're doing okay. And the because they're lower density, the TRFC will go a lot lower. So we have that to look forwards to. But yeah, I mean, they're probably part disabled CJR. And the thing is, if you disable part of a chip, it's very difficult. Well, I suppose if you disable part of the chip that's responsible for making it work well. But like, if you're just cutting off some cores from a processor, or in this case, some cells from a memory chip, it's very difficult to make that cause it to clock worse. And yeah, that seems stable as well. Which means I guess I have to try going lower, right? It's kind of wild that TRP has to be so high. You don't normally see that. Normally it's RCD-RD that's the highest of the like first three. Well, RCD-RD of 18? Why not? Stranger things have happened. That's a no. Yeah, that's a hard no. That will be number 14 then. Yeah. Well, that means we've got TRP dialed in and we've got TRCDRD dialed in. TRCDWR, we only have one more step to try. So I guess I'll do that next. And then TCL, I'm not, again, I'm not really expecting that to go much lower, but I've said that before, right? It might. Okay, so wait. Yeah, that was minimized, wasn't it? Or was it? Did I try 9? Did 19 work and I just forgot to save that to the profile? Kif says BSOD CMOS or CMOS clear drinking game. So the problem with that is Twitch TOS. Okay, so 19 did work. Thank you. I'll give it a try as far as BIOS. If it gets to BIOS, that means it works. Thank you. And it does seem to be working. Good, good, good. Infinity said, I thought you can drink as long as you tell everyone not to partake if they aren't of drinking age. So, my understanding is that it's okay to drink on stream, but the last I checked, if you have a drinking game, like a game that encourages excessive consumption of alcohol, like, you know, conditions like drink if X happens. Last I checked, which was a long time ago, but last I checked, that wasn't okay because it's seen as putting yourself at risk, basically. Right, well, save that profile because that seems to be working. And let's try RCDWR of 9, and then either way, that will be that minimised. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I have had a bit at the start of the stream. I've had my performance enhancement, which is the first time I've done that, and I'm fairly happy to have done so. Take a shot every time board doesn't post. Yeah, I mean, well, with all the retries as well, I would die in like half an hour. Okay. 8 blue screened. So I'm expecting this. It's not surprising it posted. We're doing well on the primaries, although TRAS is a bit weird. So, yeah. Yeah, I never even thought about drinking games that included the audience. I mean, you don't want to do that. A shot every time a discussion tangent happens. That is called a feedback loop. Yeah. Just get, 10 shots deep and I'm just talking about nothing but catgirls. No overclocking. Yep, that is, well, it passed, and 15.5. I mean, we are closing in on that PB. Salty says no, please. Yeah, I'm trying not to. What are you, Elon? God, I hope not. Oh, man. So, I want to stress what I'm about to say is this isn't intended as self-aggrandizing because I don't consider this a good thing. I honestly think my sense of humour is fairly similar to that of Elon Musk. And that scares me a little bit. Like, I'm not, like, surrounded by yes men. right? Like, I know if something has fallen flat. But I feel like if I was getting positive feedback for everything that I said, right, if there were a load of people who were acting as though it was funny in the hopes that I would follow them back or whatever, I would be making jokes like he makes. I mean, not like politically, like, but like my sense of humour would be on that level, and that does scare me a little bit, if I'm honest. But other than that, I like to think that I'm not much like Elon Musk. Certainly never blown up any launch pads. Infinity says my sense of humour would get me banned. Yeah. Okay, so save that profile as well. So RP's minimised, RC, those three are all minimised. TCL, let's try 15. I'm not really expecting 15 to work, but well, we've been over this, right? I guess that's part of where the element of skill is if you can predict well, then obviously you can't just bash in settings and be like, yes, those will work. But like, you can not spend as long trying to find the right settings because you know, do I skip a couple? Do I not? But then sometimes you're surprised, and sometimes TCL 15 does work. Admittedly, I am putting 1.6 volts through them. Probably helps. If I'm getting like really close to the record and I'm not there yet, I might push the voltage up even higher. See if that lets me run TCL a step tighter, the RRD timings tighter. BSAD soon, maybe. Let's hope not. Because if that happens, I have to blow out everybody's ears again. I'm kidding, I've turned it down. Salty says if you're like Elon, you'd have retitled your stream to X. Oh god. Yeah. 15.6. I mean, look, when Elon Musk took over Twitter, we were all expecting it to become an X app, right? That we can all agree that was true. It's just, I think most people were not expecting that to be the interpretation of that. I can't run PyPrime 3 times for every single setting. I'll be here all day. Tighter CL has worked. That's the headline. I don't know. Like it kind of does make sense, right? Because it's like. Yeah. I understand why he's doing it. Like, he thinks it needs to become an everything app because right now it's hemorrhaging money, and so he needs to change the business model, and trying to get people to give him $8 or whatever it was isn't working. So he's thinking, well, what else can I do? Let's, I don't know, have a payment processor. Let's try and make it an everything app so that we can be a payment processor and a sales platform and take fees off of that, and that's the new business model. I mean, it makes more sense than continuing with the old business model. I don't like it, but yeah. Sleep well, poop feast 420. Oh, there's words I didn't expect to say. Yes, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Have a good evening to you as well. Oh shit! I have a Discord server. Do you want to join the Discord? I'm probably too late now, but typing. You can join that if you want to get like pinged for streams. Although I might be too late at this point. It's fine. I mean, Twitch pings you as well. Right, where was I? I guess I should just try CL14. I mean, I'm really not expecting that to work. Yeah, there we are. That's fine. So that's, well, if we don't count TRAS as a primary, which personally I don't, that's all the primaries dialed in. I think this is going well. Oh, good lord, there's a lot going on in the clips channel in the Discord server. Yeah, relatively speaking. Dread to think what Kiffer's clipped. I'll see tomorrow. Or later, I don't know. Whenever I've got this record, and not record, competition win. Things! Staff, I'm overclocking. You know what? Let's try tightening TRAS a bit. Why not? Well, should we? I kind of want to. Indecision. Yeah, screw it. 36. TRFC, so you can blitz it and I can win back my 3,000 channel points. I'm not convinced TRFC is going to give me all the time that I need, to be honest. I am actually trying to get this done as quickly as I can, because like, I do want to just get this done. I don't want to be here forever. But yeah. Spinny! Yeah, did anyone actually vote against me getting the record? Mick does one by one, I do them all at once and pray. Yeah. It's so tempting, but I'd find it so frustrating if I didn't know what was causing a problem. See, I feel like that's not necessarily any faster, is the thing. That's why I don't like TRAS. Because that honestly feels like it's not faster than it was before. And TRAS can be like that sometimes. I'll loosen it out to like 40 and then do something else. Oh, hey Sparky. Okay, so I'll set that to like 44. So it's still technically tighter, but I'm not worried it's going to, like, I don't know, be too tight, I guess. What about row cycle time? 56 is really ridiculously aggressive. You know what, clearing CMOS is a pain. Let's try 64 first. Infinity saying, also, I can't gamble because I'm a filthy mainlander? I'm not sure I understand your meaning there. You can't bet channel points in the EU? Huh. I mean, I guess I kind of get that. Like, you don't want to normalise gambling, I suppose? I mean, yeah. It's only channel points, only a bit of fun, innit? But, yeah. I kind of get that. Right. Well, let's see if the tighter row cycle time has helped. I'm expecting it to help. I think if I remember rightly, row cycle time was one of the big ones. I think this is looking pretty good. Jesus! Oh my god! Ah, that was... Holy shit! So we went from about 15.5 seconds. We've shaved off about probably 0.6, 0.7 of a second. That is colossal. That is like barely more than 100 milliseconds off of our target now, just like that. Oh my goodness gracious me. Right, well, I need to save that score, don't I? I can't remember what the screenshot needs, so I'm just going to like put everything in it. But yeah, I mean, I think that those who voted that I was going to beat the target, I think this is likely to vindicate you. Goodness me. I need to fiddle with Benchmate so that it shows the thingies tighter. Hang on, if I... Zen timings isn't mandatory, so I can... Yeah, that's alright. And we don't need 2 SPD tabs. Just pop the other one up there. Yeah, that at least shows that they're both the same. Oh no, it doesn't. There we go. Yeah, that about covers it, doesn't it? Now, Benchmate has a result dialog size option. Yeah, okay, that's... I'll go with that from now on, but not for this one. So, if I remember rightly, I did get better scores after opening and closing a load of CPU-Z windows, so let's rerun it, right? So that's 14.997 PB. Okay, yeah, that's slightly slower. That's fine. Let's duck back into BIOS. Oh, this is going well. God, how bad would it be if the board dies between now and me shaving off another, 110 milliseconds or whatever? I shouldn't say that, should I? Do we do more row cycle time or? Yeah, let's do a bit more row cycle time. Why would you say that? It's going to die now. So far, predicting that something won't work has led to it working. So, I'm hoping that saying the board might die leads to it living. I think that's how it works with these. Because every other Unify X owner has had their boards die on them. And as far as I know, they weren't predicting that they'd die. So that's my strat. That, and actually turning the power off properly before I clear CMOS. That's the big one. So close now. Okay, wait for the spinny. Come on, spinny. There's the spinny. And launch. Run. And okay, so nearly done. Our target is 14.894. We have 14.969. That's not much better. Damn. I literally was ready on the soundboard as well for the air horns. Okay, well, we'll save that anyway. Still good. I'm going to leave row cycle time for now. Do something else. It's not minimised, but I feel like, I don't know, TRFC maybe? TRFC seems like a good way to to actually beat the target. Is there any way I can like make the text say something funny by partially covering it? Not really. Yeah, whatever. Slot 1, slot 2, CPU, RAM, motherboard. Yeah, that's everything. Well, monster score anyway. It's going well. Oh shit, what was that score? It was 6-9 something, right? I'll see on the next reboot, hopefully. This is the disadvantage of drinking and streaming. You know, even having not had much, it's like, whoops. This is going so well though. I'm so excited. 14.969. Thank you, Kev. That sounds correct to me. Right. So if it's currently running 538 RFC, I guess I just run 400. That's probably going to work, right? Or not. Okay. So these chips not TRFC monsters then. That's a new postcode as well. Alright. $450 maybe. This is going well though. Boost, and then I can set TRC 450, and then I can hopefully maybe beat the target. That would be nice. Wait, no. Do not want to save. Oh, that was close. That's why I've got two profiles. But I haven't saved for the other one in a while. I'll have to do that when I'm next in BIOS. So I was going to try 450. Complete the poll so we get the points back. When I actually you never know. I'm close. I'm not there. Thought it was the 15-second PB, not the time. No, I knew I was going to beat the PB. The PB was done at like 3600 or something. Did I word it as PB? Oh, I said current number 1, but then I wrote the wrong time down. That is my bad. Well, give me a minute. I want to feel like it's, you know... I want to feel like I've done it both in wording and in spirit. Or both in spirit and in wording. You know what I mean. Spinny. Come on, Spinny. Spinny, spinny, spinny. Spinny, spinny, spinny. Where is the Spinny? Why is there not a Spinny? Okay, that's probably enough waiting for the Spinny. It's just not going to happen, is it? Come on. 14.9. Oh, so close. So close. 14.918. But it's not there yet. Okay. 1, 2, motherboard, memory, CPUs, and timings. All good. 14.918. I will remember to update the PB now. I'm so close. Right, I was going to save a profile. I was going to save both profiles. So save. And then we'll save the backup profile as well. What about... Do the WTR timings tend to go tight on this stuff? Let's try 412. Probably doing 2 of them at once is not a good idea, but we'll see. I feel like I've seen like WTRS of 2 on Hynix before. So, maybe. That seems to have posted. It's a good start. Come on. Give me OS. Yes. I'm in. Come on. Okie dokie, and right, wait for the spinny. If there's going to be a spinny, there it is. There, we had a spinny. Okay. .8 now. It's 1 millisecond away. Oh my god, I'm going to rerun that. Come on. 14.879. We did it! Ah, yes! Right, I'm going to save the score. I'm going to give everyone their channel points back. And then I'm going to update the PB. Because we've done it! That's... We've beat the #1 score for the competition. This, assuming it saves, is going to be the best PyPrime score. For the competition requirements. Oh, yes. I'm pleased with that. That's gone well. Timing, slot 1, slot 2, motherboard moon. Yep, that is everything that we need. 14.879. The result has officially... Wait. Oh no. Is that... Was my target not written down correctly? Was my target written down as... Oh god, I have so much further to go. You're right, you're so right. I am not number one. All I've done is beat Sebi. Oh. You know what this means? This means a new prediction. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, I'm really pleased to beat Sebi. That's always nice. Beating a G-Skill OC World Champ is no minor feat. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm pleased with it, even if it seems to mostly just be by virtue of changing Proc ODT. Well, I guess... so it is 14.308, right? Yeah. Well, we have another prediction, and frankly, I'm feeling less confident of this one. Oh boy, that's taken the wind out of my sails. Oh, we have so much further to go. And you know what? I feel like saying we have so much further to go is the perfect note on which to take another break and to go PRP. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to take a quick bio break. I encourage the audience to do the same, because we're in this for the long haul. It may be 11 PM. I'm not done. I'm so far from done. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Kev. There's always the VOD. I'm actually on top of those these days. Also, welcome to my social eating stream. I have rice. Because I have been live for nearly 4 hours. And I'm not actually planning to stop. At least not too soon. So we'll save that profile. And well, let's see if we can actually do a WTRS of 2. Seems a bit extreme. No harm in trying. Yeah, no time for breaks. I want to get this done, if not today, because there's 50 minutes left in the day here technically, but I want to get this done, you know, before my next sleep, before it's, you know, before it's tomorrow to me. Tomorrow to me, to you then. Oh god, Chuckle Brothers. We're moving towards an all-American audience who's going to have no idea what that's a reference to. I didn't even know competitive overclocking was a thing. Yeah, it's fun. But the second one I've had today, actually, we normally don't get anyone in who's not from a Discord. When will be the tomorrow? I mean, after I've slept counts as tomorrow. Like, I'm not American and I have zero idea what that is. Yeah, so... Oh, 14.9, that's actually a bit slower. No, by American, I mean that area of the globe, I mean the continent. Because, like, yes, there's still Europeans here, but it's late for Europeans. Whereas, if people are over that side of the world, then they're going to be like, you know, getting home. It's the evening for them. I'm not calling you all American. I appreciate the kind of people who watch overclocking streams have terrible sleeping patterns. So WTR2 does work, but it's not as fast. So I'm going to try 3. Fingers crossed. Wait, can I not do 3? I can do 3. In before Madness comes back with 72-hour streams. Yeah, he's done some crazy ones. Yeah, if you want to see people who are better at this than me doing it with commentary, not now, but once I finish streaming, Overclocking TV on YouTube, back in the day, they actually did live events that were commentated on. How does this work and what's the goal? Well, there is a competition going on HardwareBot, which is the site for competitive overclocking. And so we have certain hardware restrictions, and within those we're trying to get the best benchmark score. The benchmark in this case being PyPrime, which... Oh, fucking hell! We had a donation from Joe Bribon earlier, so now we have one from Donald Trump. Okay. What sort of performance gains can you achieve? I mean, a lot actually. Like, the thing to bear in mind is that the benchmarks have been picked so that they're going to be sensitive to the overclock, right? So, PyPrime over here, you know, it responds quite well to memory tuning. And as a result of that, I mean, my previous personal best was, you know, 15.5 seconds. We're now way past that. There are people in the competition who, I mean, they're probably on less optimal hardware. They've got scores. Someone with a 30-second score, I'm not sure how. Okay, yeah, they're like running single channel or something. Yeah, okay. So that doesn't really count. That's not a good configuration. But like, so I think Yi is on Threadripper, so that doesn't count either. So what's the slowest score that's kind of a comparable configuration? I guess arguably this one. I mean, their core clock is a bit slower. But there's, if you look at scores like this, I mean, that's, you know, over 20 seconds, and we are hitting less than 15. So, yeah, that's the kind of performance gain that we could see. I'm going to change WTRS back to... You know what, I'm going to reboot it, and then I'm going to rerun just after a reboot. But, yeah. Right, should I read out that... Because I've still got it in my feed. I can't do a good Donald Trump voice, but I'm going to try and read out that donation message in my best attempt at a Donald Trump voice, so brace yourselves. I want to thank you for an excellent stream. I believe me, no one else can congratulate you better than I can. I can't wait to win the re-election and make the UK the 51st, 52nd, 53rd and 54th states, and I'll unify Ireland. Donny 2024. That turned into Prince Philip. I'm sorry. I should do that. I should just do that as pure Prince Philip. I want to thank you for an excellent stream. Believe me, no one else can congratulate you better than I can. I can't wait to win the re-election and make the UK the 51st, 52nd, 53rd and 54th states, and I'll unify Ireland. There's a very good history of British royals doing that, and it always goes very well. Philip 2024. Anyway, you've succeeded in impersonating a Welshman. I can't impersonate a Welshman if I'm trying to impersonate a Welshman, to be honest. So that, thank you. I'm glad that I've managed that for once. Good thing Exa left. Yeah. Yeah, Josh isn't lurking, is he? Shimzu says, cough and you'll sound like one of us. Are you Welsh? But you don't live in Wales, do you? Infinity says, I can do Scottish because my professor was from Glasgow. I had a really good professor from... I don't know if it was Glasgow, he was Scottish though. Where's my PB? Right, yeah. We are still slower than the PB. You are Welsh and you're moving back soon? Oh, cool. Probably for the best. Yeah. I am 3/16 Welsh, but mostly English, and I'd rather I wasn't a lot of the time at the moment. It's not going well, is it? Okay, I think WTRS might be happier at 4 for whatever reason, so I'm going to put that back. Why is modern Intel more fun than AMD when it comes to benching? I mean, my first answer is I wouldn't know, I haven't tried. Second answer is gives you more control, scales better, maybe. If you want, yeah, I've got rice in my mouth. If you want an actual answer, no, 4, and then yeah, let's try 10 on WTRL. Sorry. So many numbers, but what do they mean? Excellent question. The answer is, I don't know. All of these memory timings, they represent different memory operations and the delay that has to exist between them. But the secret is, apart from refresh interval, which we don't even have on this system, lower is better for all of them. So it doesn't matter. I say lower is better for all of them. I've just, you know, found an example of lower not being better, but like generally lower is better. Why wouldn't they just use optimal defaults? Because sometimes you set a timing that you think is going to be faster and that happens. So it's like overclocking, right? It's like you are pushing the stability. Although, interestingly, I mean... come on. Will it give me BIOS? Please. Interestingly, I think AMD Expo and XMP 3.0 have actually started including more, like, sub-timings, so that you can sell memory kits where like the rated timings include some of the important sub-timings. And that means that I mean, they're not defaults, but it means that they can be more optimal then. So that's nice. So that wasn't working, so let's just put that back to 12. Try something else. Honori's asked to name a better mascot than MSI's Lucky the Dragon. I have something for this. I give you... That's... You know, I'll use that camera. The Kingston head. So I used to bring me luck last stream, although it didn't work that well, so I'm not using it this stream. So what can we try next? I mean, TRTP 13, that seems kind of loose. Let's try 10. Looks like a good luck voodoo charm. Very much, yeah. I think that's a no on 13. Nope. Maybe? No. No. th CMOS clear. It'll take a minute to sort itself out, so I get to eat more rice. This is the one time it's good that I don't have a lapel mic. think I just hiccuped. I'd better not have given myself hiccups. I like the way you roll, says Lemnine. Lemnine? Lemnine. I like the way you roll. Thank you. I have actually given myself hiccups. Lemnian. Ah, I see. Oh, by which I didn't say your channels. Yeah. Right, so those are best left well alone. What about, I mean, so I tried 10 and that didn't work. It was 13 auto. Let's try 12. How do you know which values to tweak? I don't. For example, what is TCWL? I mean, it stands for column access write latency. It's the delay between some command involved in writing data in some way and it actually happening. I have no idea how low it goes. There's an element of like experience gives me a bit of a feel for it, but it's mostly you just go through everything basically. In the end. What do you do professionally? I am actually a professional house husband. My wife has a decent job. That is how I have time for what is a sort of fairly involved and time-consuming hobby, if I'm honest. It's 14. Accidentally paused the video and missed the response. So the response was, I am a professional house husband. Sort of. I mean, not insofar as that can be a professional thing. My wife has a decent job. I don't. Start denying her pants every morning. I mean, so there was one point where she had this job that the uniform for it like creased up really easily, so I did actually end up having to like iron her uniform every day. It's just, I mean, that's the point, is it's, as a couple you are a team, right? So she's actually out there doing the bloody work. She's coming home tired from that. I can do what I can to take the load off her. Right. So RTP I'm not getting anywhere with. I'm just going to save an exit so that it shows me the current, like the correct current timings. Be honest, you wear a skirt for when you tidy up in the home. I'm trying to think if I've ever done that. Like, I don't think so, no. Like, certainly not day to day, and I don't think we've ever done that. He had to think. Look, we've been together a long while. You mess around. What? That was a profile. I loaded a profile. That's not good. Okay, it seems to be booting alright now. I'll put in a quick run to make sure it's okay. The thing about PyPrime is it's not, you don't have to be very stable, so the system is probably not very stable. How many digits of pi are you hoarding? Well, it's PyPrime is in Python, so none. But other streams that I've done in the past, I think generally about 1 billion for Y Cruncher. Okay, well let's do CWL. Let's try, if it's 14 at the moment, let's try 12. But yeah, PyPrime, it's not pi, it's producing loads of prime numbers, I think. I'm not sure what the algorithm is. I think it's doing all of them, so maybe it's Civ of Eratosthenes, but it might not be, because that's the algorithm I'm aware of, but there might well be better ones. There's probably better ones. I mean, I know, like, Prime 95 uses, it's not looking for all of the primes, so it's just looking for Mersenne primes, but, yeah, anyway. D60, 70, 80, 90... Ready, time to bench. Do you have a background in computer science or mathematics? Yes. So you see that thing hanging on the wall at an angle because it's just like, you know, stuffed in a plastic sleeve and hanging off one screw? That is my 2-1 in computer science. Who's the tech tuber that doesn't get enough credit? Oh, right. Sorry, I thought for a minute you were like, oh, who's that one you mentioned? Like, no, just mention. I mean, I feel like Buildzoid, actually hardcore overclocking, is sort of too obvious of an answer. I don't know, like... Actually, I have a controversial opinion here. I'm going to say Jay, of Jay's 2 cents. Yeah, he's one of the big ones, yeah. The thing is, people in the overclocking community generally dunk on him a lot, but he has the most important quality, which is that he's, like, honest and open. Like, you know, he tells you what he's trying, he tells you when he's messing up, like, he will absolutely, like, go back and correct mistakes, even when it's not, like, optimal for the algorithm or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, even though people might think he's, you know, he gets stuff wrong frequently, or he's, like, not very knowledgeable, which maybe to some extent, like, about the stuff that we care about, but, like, Yeah, I like him. He has integrity, and yeah, as Norris says, he hasn't shows humility. So yeah, I'm going to say Jay's 2 cents doesn't get enough credit, and I wish he would stop doing LTT style thumbnails because they don't work for him. I don't think. Anyway, yeah. That is, as previous Slayer so rightly points out, a PB. We have a PB alert. So let's get that saved. And save result. 14.873. Oh, it's like by 6 milliseconds. Okay, fine. Still counts. I mean, it would be rude not to try 11, even though I don't think it's going to work. I've nearly finished the rice as well, which is good. You know what, that'll do. I don't have time to scrape up every single tiny rice grain. This seems like it's working. Okay. It's ready. We still have the spinny here, and the spinny's gone. So speaking about Tech YouTube, do you see the Tech Yes City video about Intel 12th and 13th gen latency issues? No, it's not one of the ones that I watch. Oh, that's a much better improvement, 14.831. But yeah, I mean, are there actually issues or not? It seems like it's the kind of thing where it's sort of stuff like latency is so difficult to quantify. People kind of say it every time about anything and everything. It's so easy as well to like just get a system that's not quite set up right and just go, "Rah!" But yeah, like, I mean, I'm not aware of people saying like, "Oh my god, I'm having so many problems in games with my 12900K," right? Like, they seem to be pretty happy with them generally. But I'm not, as I said, I've not seen the Tech Yes City video, but like, I can imagine there being a video, and I don't know if this is the TechCast City one, but I can imagine there being a video that's just like looking at IDA 64 results or something and saying there's an issue with those, when it's like not a very good way of measuring latency or measuring anything for that matter. Okay, still want to look to. That's everything I need for the screenshot. That is 14.831 saved. TLDR, dragging files in Windows Explorer is like 10 milliseconds faster pre-12th gen. I mean, Is that something where it's like you start the operation and then it takes time to hop to a P core or something like that? Because I can kind of see how that would be an issue, right? I mean, like, on its own it's not, but these things do add up, I guess. You'd argue with his methodology, yeah, fair. I mean, my phone takes a full, like, 1 or 2 seconds sometimes to respond to me just tapping the screen to tell it to play or... I mean, don't get me wrong, my phone is old, it's a Moto G5, but like sometimes if I'm telling it to play or pause, especially like pausing something that VLC is playing on my phone, it can take a solid like second or two. And I don't mean like subjectively a couple of seconds, I mean as in like that long, right? It's a thing with modern computers in general. Like, I mean, even this BIOS, like, I can tell it takes a moment, but yeah, like modern tech, like is getting less responsive, and it's a bit of an issue. But that again, that's not necessarily an endorsement. Are you saying modern software is slow? Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. Actually, I will stand by that. Worth's Law, what's that one? An adage that software is getting slower more rapidly than hardware is becoming faster. Yeah, I mean, it feels that way some of the time. Is that CWL 10 now? Jesus. It's certainly the case with games, right? And the funny thing is that with games, it's what Nvidia giveth, Nvidia taketh away. Because they're the ones who are making the libraries like RTX that make the games so fucking demanding. I don't know, like, I think that there was this point in the past, and it was back, I think it was before maybe the PS5, I want to say, or the PS4. But I remember there was this point where, like, I'll save this score. So, what was I trying to say? There was a point where gamers, like PC gamers, like the PCMR subreddit crowd, were complaining basically that PC games didn't look as good as they could, and that running like, you know, everything maxed, it wasn't really taxing the hardware that much. I think that was back in the kind of like HD 7970 kind of days. And we definitely don't have that problem anymore, do we? You know? But yeah, I mean, like, you know, capabilities are absolutely going up. There are reasons to be optimistic. But at the same time, I mean, there are aspects of the user experience that are kind of getting worse. Kind of sucking a bit. Why? I just accidentally opened GPU-Z. Okay. Or at least that's only happened once so far this stream. Starbler says, I guess games aren't getting that more visually appealing for the last couple of years. Yeah, well, there's not much room to move, is there? Really? Well, that's 14.824. We have shaved a little bit more off the PB. You should check out Jonathan Blow's streamers. I don't know who that is, and I'm not sure if I necessarily have like the time to start covering more content. I don't know. I've ended up with quite a lot on my plate at the moment, especially at the moment. But that's a whole thing. You know, see the rant about plumbing earlier in the stream. But yeah, turns out when you have a non-return valve because you have a water meter installed, you probably want to have a mini expansion vessel on your the water line before the boiler because of water pressure things, and it's a whole thing anyway. That's something I've got to deal with. One more for the list. There's no way CWR9 works, right? But yeah, it's kind of funny actually. Like, so my wife has a new job that is over in Manchester, and we live near enough to Manchester, but not like commuting distance, right? So that's a pain at the moment. So once she's right now, she's living out of hotels. I'm generally like I visited in the week last couple of weeks. I'm hopefully going to do that again this week. Then she's coming back at the weekends to wash all of her clothes and everything. But yeah, a couple of months from now, once she's passed her probation, we'll be trying to get a house in Manchester. That's going to be fun. Right. Probation. Yeah, I mean, generally jobs in the UK, it's like you have a 3-month probation period, and then like after the... No, not that kind of probation. Are you familiar with the world of work? So generally, like, you've got a period when you start a new job where it's kind of insecure, and it's like at the end of that period they decide if they want to keep you or not, and then once you're beyond that period it's much more secure. So that's what we're facing at the moment. You know what, I'm going to rerun that and see if it gets a load better. No, it got slightly worse. Whatever. I can't actually spend ages. Like, we will be getting a new PB hopefully every time it actually boots up. No, it's just PyPrime's a bit variable. It's normal for it to, like, sometimes it gets better on a rerun, sometimes it gets worse. The clocks are fixed, so hopefully the ambient temperature isn't going to matter. What is the ambient temperature? I have a CO2 monitor thing here. But apparently it's 23.4 degrees at the moment, and the level of CO2 is 698 parts per million. That's not too bad. But yeah, no, PyPrime's just really variable. I did like 200 runs or something off stream, and it's a bit all over the place. Let's save that to both profiles. while we're here. Alright. I mean, oh, 9 is literally the lowest it goes. Okay. Sure, why not? What about TWR? I haven't touched that one yet. It's 26 by default. Let's try 20. What's the prize? I don't think there's a prize for this one. Just a friendly competition, really. I mean, you know, it's, you know, in terms of it being friendly, it's like I don't know if he's still in the chat, but like the guy I'm trying to beat has been watching the streams. He can see everything that I'm doing. He's seen my the spreadsheet that I did, which is there. There's all of this, you know, efficiency testing. Can you sell these rigs at a profit? I mean, so this is you know, it's a test bench setup. It's not. I'm not tuning this as a system to stay as a system, right? I'm not pairing a 2700X with an HD 7850. I do fairly often end up making a profit selling on hardware, but in terms of making money from this, it's basically Norries donating money whilst masquerading as various American political figures is the main source of income. What sort of performance increase are you looking at in percentage terms? For this, I think, I mean, compared to no overclock at all, I just noticed I've got my CMOS clears messed up again. Compared to no overclock at all, it's probably, Jesus, about 25% faster, I guess? Something like that. So it's pretty good. I think Y-Cruncher can be even more because it's really sensitive to some of the sub-timings. Especially, like, something that I did a lot in the past, that I've done a few streams on, is I took a 5950X and I got a top-end dual-rank B-die Dominator Platinum kit, 3600 CL14, ran that at XMP, right? And then I put in some random crap, and rather than just running it at XMP, tuned the absolute nuts off of it, right? And generally, I think there was a stream. Yeah, so generally it would be able to beat the dual rank B die that was only running at XMP. Then I got cocky and I did a stream that was something I expected to do quite well. And so I spent 30 minutes tuning the B die first and could get absolutely nowhere near it because I actually tuned the B die and it was a dual rank configuration and everything. I heard many of those words. Yeah, fair. I mean, I'll... One sec. I will... I'll pull up the old stream because you might find it interesting. Where's this one? Yeah. So this is my favourite one. So it's basically taking some absolute top-end RAM and running that at XMP, so running that at the rated settings, so not defaults, but the settings it's rated for, that you just get by applying XMP, like one setting. And then taking the worst RAM I could find, which I imported from China, right, because it's Chinese-made chips. So don't get me wrong, the Chinese are making some pretty fucking good chips these days, but like, these were their first go, they weren't great. But still tuning that as hard as possible, and it actually ended up being faster than like a top-end setup. And that's because of overclocking everything like really in depth. Right, we have a new PB, and I should save this. It's not bad. 14.735. Will this help with SETI at home? So, the thing about distributed computing projects, yes, but you want to be stable, is the thing. This applies to SETI at home, folding at home. It applies to like the COVID projects on Boink, stuff like that. You do need to be stable because you need to be getting the right results. So generally, they don't encourage you to overclock, is the thing. There are some people who will go this in depth when it comes to overclocking for gaming. And for some games, it can really help. Apparently Call of Duty Warzone is a big one. There's even... the overclocking community really don't like this guy, because he's kind of a blowhard. But there's this guy on YouTube called Frame Chasers, who, like, does paid consultations, where he basically, you know, tells people to set, you know, TRRD S to 4 and stuff. You could probably copy the settings out of one of my streams and do just as well. But yeah, like apparently people actually do pay that guy money to like tune their systems for them or help them tune their systems. I can't really see myself doing something like that just because I would care about delivering a good product, and like I don't know, like I would be worried that someone would like not have a great system, they wouldn't really get anywhere, and they'd just be like, I don't feel like I've got my money's worth, I guess. But yeah. So that is 14.735. Stonking new PB. That was nearly another 100 milliseconds shaved off, pretty much. So where are we now? We haven't beaten Madness's score yet. We'll get there. We will get there. Hopefully. I just accidentally opened Zen timing rather than... I have a... It's off stream. I've got a shortcut to a quick batch file. Which... I'll show this actually briefly because it's kind of cool. So basically, that shutdown command... shutdown /R for reboot /FW for firmware /F I think is force or something, I'm not sure, /T0 means do it now, time 0. But that command, with the shortcut letting you run it as admin, makes it reboot and then just go into BIOS. So you don't have to like mash delete, which is very helpful because when I wasn't using that and when I don't use it, I tend to miss BIOS half the time, especially if I'm distracted. Previous layer says CXMT MDI is supposed to be CJR-esque, going by reviews, but Mix was a bit wooden and mine nearly died. Yeah, I think mine is like a really early sample. That might be part of it. Because basically, I got Tim, Tpeng99, to import it for me because it was only available in China. That took a while, and then I took a lot longer to actually do anything with it. So by the time that I got off my ass and done something with it, and it had arrived and everything, but like by that time, I think it was a lot more widely available, and they probably matured it a bit. Because yeah, I used to write for a website called player.net, play3r.net. And I thought, well, I could review it for that website. It'd be a bit of a scoop, but for reasons I won't go into, I left. So, yeah, didn't end up writing a review of it or anything like that. So, write recovery of 20 worked. I mean, do we do another great big jump? Let's do 16. Like, you don't want to go full, like, binary chop when you're searching, but it's something like that, right? Because, like, in terms of your algorithm for finding the best timing. Because you know it's not going to be like super low, or it's almost certainly not going to be, although, I mean, this is working at least. Yeah. The CJRS reviews were mid-2020, maybe it actually got worse over time. Before you go, if you want to get pinged on Discord when I go live, I have a Discord where I ping people where I go live. No pressure, obviously, but the last guy who came in, I forgot to tell him before he went to bed. Anyway, yes, you're very welcome. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting. It's always nice. Good to keep the chat lively, you know. But yeah, see you when I do. Right. Where's the spinny? No, it's not over. It's just this one guy's leaving. It's fine. I'm still going. Sorry if that sounded a bit like ending spiel and like worried anyone. I'm very much still streaming. Please don't leave. Unless you want to for whatever reason. You know, it's fine. Yeah, there's going to be people who need to go to bed. Yeah. It's past midnight here. This is looking good. 14.689. Yeah, that's another huge leap. We are doing well. No, he's saying they must not be bots. Oh, right, about people like needing to sleep. Yeah. Be a lot easier to stream if you're just streaming to bots, but also chat would be a bit less lively. Imagine you're streaming and like all your audience can ever say to you is, "Do you want to become Twitch famous?" It's like, no. $14.689. Score is saved. We are closing in. Right recovery time is going well. Yeah, I mean, what we at? 16? I could always try 12. I mean, it feels a bit ambitious, but it'll at least tell me, like, you know, if I'm going down in like one step in increments, then I'm going to waste a lot of time if it goes really low. So yeah, let's try right recovery time of 12. I thought the wallpaper was alright. Did you do it yourself? Because I genuinely didn't realise. I mean, I guess like it's not, you know, all 3D, so it's obviously not the cuteness who did it. Well, it looks like 12 is booted, so that's a good sign. I haven't got to make much use of the soundboard, because the soundboard is mostly for when things aren't going well. Like blue screen stuff. And things are going well. Okay, there's the spinny. Yeah, man. There goes the spinny. Bye bye, spinny. Run. I generally don't recommend people that sell overclocking services, but at the same time, they do prove a point that there is value in overclocking. Yeah, it's such a difficult like balance, isn't it? Because it's like. It's a difficult process. It's a very time-consuming process, and I understand why people would be very, very willing to pay for a shortcut. It's weird for us to do it as a hobby, yeah. There we are, 14.653 UPB. But yeah, I get why people would be very happy to pay for a shortcut, but it's just like, I don't know, like, I would just be worried that, like, someone would expect me to make their system perfectly stable and I wouldn't be able to do that, right? Like, because you can never be that sure, or especially if they want me to just give them settings and then, like, they don't want to run a stability test for too long. Yeah. Salty says, I'd always be worried that the environment changed, then everything becomes unstable. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean, yeah. I guess, like, people who work on cars are okay, but yeah. Yeah, people who work on cars, like, you don't expect the car to run well forever. So I guess it's a bit like that. But yeah, at the same time, yeah, and you know, even with any other kind of like fixing of a PC, it's like once you've touched it, everything that happens to it after that point is your fault. And that's bad enough when it's like something where you can say, no, it clearly isn't. There's no way that could be the case. But with overclocking, it actually might be. So you really don't want to get into that. Like, you want to overclock someone's system and there's some normie who's going to do a load of stupid shit to it that actually makes it blue screen for non-overclock reasons. And then they come in and they say, you overclocked my system and now 6 months later it blue screened. I mean, it's very difficult to prove that that's not your fault, even when it's not. So 14.653, I have updated my PB. You could do high temperature stress tests. Yeah, so I've been considering selling RAM with custom XMPs on eBay. Like, you sell something as like, you know, DDR4-3933, right? If I did that, I would... The settings that I was using for the XMP, I would want to test them at like 3250, like higher clocks. I think that's the way that you can do it. That's what makes sense to me. Is actually like go another 10% above, but even then, I mean, it's still iffy, right? I mean, there's a reason I've never got around to doing it. How low does write recovery time go? It only goes down to 10. Okay, let's try 10. Notorious says the problem with stress testing is that it sometimes won't simulate the load a particular app does. And yeah, that's another big thing, yeah. So, like, if you've, you know, stressed the fuck out of your RAM, for example, then you go play a game, suddenly your GPU is kicking out a load of extra heat, and your RAM stops being stable, especially if you've really tuned it right to the edge. I mean, yeah. I'm not sure if I agree that there's no such thing as 100% stable. Because I think it's kind of an argument that people use as to why, like, their overclock is still stable, even though it fails Prime 95, for example. But at the same time, if you're tuning right to the edge of stability, that doesn't mix with being at 100% stability. You can't be... Because you don't know exactly where the edge is, so you can't go right to the edge of 100% stability, if that makes sense. You can either be right at the edge, or you can be like 100% stable. And to me, the way that I tune RAM for my daily, I mean my current daily system, I don't have the RAM tuned at the minute, but like the way that I have tuned RAM for my daily system in the past, I'm going to rerun that even though it's technically a PB, is I will stress test it at a certain clock, and then I will back off from that clock and go a bit lower. 14.682, that's worse. But yeah, so that's my solution is, well, if it passes you know, the various mem tests at whatever 3733, I'm confident it will be stable at 3600. That's what I've done in the past. It's not going anywhere. Let's just reboot. But yeah, like, the problem with that is it's still not 100%, right? It's just... I mean, it's good enough for me, but... yeah. Previous Slayer says it's mildly amusing how the general PC building thread on a certain Chan, so presumably G on 4chan, now advises potential Samsung MDI DDR4, like 2x16 3600 C18 stuff in the OP. Yay for failing XMP. Yeah. Oh shit, actually I've got a friend who is building a PC at the moment, and he's looking at maybe getting the R. I should talk to him about that. Remind me to talk to you about RAM and MDI when I'm not streaming. Okay. Right, save profile. And what do we do next? What do we do with cut CJR? What do we do with the cut CJR late in the evening? RTP was not doing anything for us. I almost wonder if loosening TRTP would have got us more frequency. Let's not go down that particular rabbit hole today. Put a pin in that one. I'm going to have to do SCLs, aren't I? Nah, I don't like doing SCLs. I don't know why. I just don't. Okay, yeah, you know what? I haven't had a failed post in a while. Let's try 1T. That'll be a laugh, won't it? Oh, and we've still got our address command setup time thingies set as well. Auto those. And 1T. I am expecting this to fail. There's no way 1T works, right? I mean, it is a 1 DIMM per channel board. Oh, it might auto to gear down mode on. I'm going to check that in Zen timings when it boots. Well, that's going well. Oh my god, if fucking 1T works. It must have auto to gear down mode on, surely. Gear down mode to... it's at 1T! It's doing 1T at 4133! Hynix on Zen Plus is doing 1T at 4133! Look, look! Look at the Zen timings! Oh my god. Okay. Oh, that's fun. Doesn't MSI separate 1T and gear down mode? Yes, they do. But look, gear down mode's disabled. I got to see what this does in PyPrime. It's going to make me look like an idiot. It's going to come out at like 14.8 or something. Noise has an example of setup that seemed to randomly throttle but pass all the stress tests. Turned out to be an overheating chipset. Yeah, oh fucking hell. 14.451. That's real 1T. It's real 1T. Press the horn again, if you insist. What happens if I do it twice? Better than Rocket Lake S. Oh my god, you're right, because the gear down, gear 1. That, yeah. Sounds horny. No, let's not go there. Jesus, that timing's loaded faster than CPU's had, although I guess we already had it open once. 14.451. That is blistering. That's amazing. Is the current number 1 doing that? Hang on, I'm curious. I mean, he doesn't have a Zen timing. Well, okay. So he is at 1T, but that doesn't tell me whether it's gear down mode or not. Basically. He's at TRFC 420. I'll keep that in mind. Goodness me. 14.451. We are closing in on him. It is gear down mode disabled. Okay, cool. Cool. So I'm not the only one running 1T this high then. That's good. I guess maybe that's part of why there's such a big gap between like you and Madness and then like everyone else. And I still haven't had to touch the SCLs. Okay, I'll save a profile and I'll touch it. I don't know why I'm being so reticent to touch them, but let's save both profiles. No, you know what? I'm going to try tightening 4 and RDL. I mean, 4416 didn't work, but maybe 4516 will work. Remind me again why you're benching 4-core 4-thread. PyPrime is single-threaded. So it just means the clocks are more likely to work, is the main thing, really. But yeah, 2 plus 2 seems to work better than 4 plus 0, so that's what I've gone with. I think having SMT off definitely helps. Having some of the cores disabled, I'm not sure if that helps, to be honest. But the main reason is so that I don't have to worry about the 4 GHz being a bit difficult, to be honest. Four, 5, 16 looking good so far. And there's the spinny. We'll wait for the spinny. Yeah, it's a... I mean, how would you load up a chipset? I mean, if you ran something like H2 test W, you'd just be like thrashing the drive, which would wear the drive out, but yeah. 14.437, that's another improvement. I am going to save that. Because it's more than 10 milliseconds, I guess. I don't know. I should probably stop saving every little improvement, but I like doing it. It's always a good idea, in a way, because it's always the moment you stop saving them that you stop getting the improvements. So that's 14.437. You should try to base clock a little. The thing is, it's a clock limited competition. And I tried going down to 39.75 and base clocking up from that, and that didn't work. Like, the frequency was not stable for the memory, never mind any timings. I mean, maybe that's because of TRTP. But yeah, base clock is not on the menu, I'm afraid. Smoke them all and go for sub 14. I'm not there yet. I mean, it would be fun though, wouldn't it? That would be amazing. Yeah, okay, let's do SCLs. What are they, 9s by default? Let's do fucking, I don't know, 7s. I don't think I saved the profile for the RRDs, I'll have to remember that. Yeah, looks like it posted. It's good. Closing in on 5 hours now. Here's my question. If I reach 6 hours, am I going to get a donation from Boris Johnson? Still 67 hours to go. Wait, what? What would 67 hours be until? Wait, Jesus. 14.358. I am only 50 milliseconds away now. .358, that's what I am scoring. Go for that 72-hour stream. Oh god, no, that's not, absolutely not. No way. I just physically don't have the ability to do that. Like, yeah. It's kind of, oh god. The thing is, as you might be able to tell, I am not a small man. I'm very broad-shouldered, which means that I carry it pretty well, I think. I'm not light, and that's not easy on my back. It's just frustrating because it means that, like, sitting for long periods, like, you know, it's the same with to some extent driving, being on trains. It actually gets tiring. Even sitting down gets tiring. But yeah, so it's, you know. Normally when I get L2 on Friday, I do 32 hours no sleep. Yeah, there is no way in hell that I could do anything like that. Certainly not like in the streaming format, because I'm kind of, I have 3-minute breaks every so often, but I'm mostly tied to this area, this chair, right? There are people who could, if I lost weight, I could do that for longer, but like, it's where I am. I've been losing a little bit of weight, to be fair. It's not all I do with myself. I have a hell of a lot else on my plate. So it's not as rapid as it's not as rapid as it could be, but yeah. I think in terms of staying awake, I could do it. It's just about like I don't want to be sat that still for that long. Well, let's just try the SCLs even. Let's try 5. I mean, let's just be silly, right? We're practically doing a binary chop search at that point, but why not? Fucking hell, it booted. I mean, this actually, if it scales as well as it did with the last ones, and assuming it actually runs as, you know, PyPrime stable, this could actually be it. This could be the run. Genuinely, I think this is actually potentially it, given that this has worked. I'm going to keep going, but like, this might well be the run. System timers, yep. There's the spinny. And if this isn't the run, I'm going to immediately rerun it. Okay, wish me luck, lads. $14.259. 50 milliseconds. Oh, not that. Save result. Let's hope this saves. As the kids are saying these days, let us go. The stream is not over, because I know that there's still a bit more in it. Yeah, I've beaten the target, but there's more in it. It just means I'm not obligated to keep streaming. To be honest, there's actually a fair case that I could redo frequency as well. Get the micron back out, you know. Can't remember which slot I ended up using for that. But yeah, that might be worth doing. Yep. And that's saved. Right, I am going to pull that off the system right now. Just to be sure, you know? I'm just going to make sure that the screenshot isn't corrupted as well. Yeah, the screenshot looks good. We're not over any clocks. We've done it. Right, let's keep going. Why not? Have I updated my PD? No, I haven't. 14.259. Right. Oh God! Don't call it a Peter Griffin giggle. Ugh. Ugh. So dirty now. My wife watches a lot of Family Guy, and it's like we both agree that it's trash, but like, it's very easy to watch because it's written by people who aren't engaging their brains for people who aren't engaging their brains, and she finds it more tolerable than I do. But it's kind of like, yeah. Anyway, I am not a fan of Family Guy. There's been one or two good episodes, I'll say that. And it definitely used to have jokes in it, which really helps with a comedy show. But yeah. I mean, how low do the SCLs go? I mean, let's just try 3, right? Why not? While we're here. Yeah, I mean, I was taking the piss, let's be honest. Okay. That's going to be 20. 20 CMOS clears. Are you in the Discord, Noise? I asked because there's a stream clip channel. Yeah, okay, that's cool. I was just going to suggest posting it there. You know what, screw it. I guess I'll listen back to it. Hang on, where's the... It's not that. I'm not going to fall into the trap of going, that's not a Peter Griffin giggle. A Peter Griffin giggle sounds like this. 5 is already super neat, says previous late. Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. Well, let's try 4s anyway. Of course, it's entirely possible one of them will go low and the other one won't. Had OEM Nanya that needed 4 at 3200. And 3200 doubled as its JDEC. What do you mean? can't quite pass that sentence. Maybe it's probably me. Oh, hello. Okay, let's try that one at a time. So let's do RDRDSCL first. And we'll see how that goes. Maybe it'll load Windows. Maybe it won't. That's a no. Okay. It's just that there were 3200 JDEC sticks. They ran pretty nasty secondaries at 3200 in general. No T4 below 32? Jesus, really? Did you tighten up the RRDs kind of at the same time? Because I had some weird issues with that on GDI. Okay, so RDRDSCL is minimized. What about WRWRCL? Salty SCL docs. Okay, posting is a good start. Are you old enough to know about the actual Dr. Tom from Tom's Hardware owning Kyle from Hard OCP? No, that doesn't ring a bell. To be honest, I mean, I guess it makes sense, but like, I hadn't given any thought to the individual called Tom behind the name of Tom's Hardware. Do tell. Validating system timers. Come on. Give me the spinny. Where's the spinny? I'm waiting for a spinny. I'm worried there's not going to be a spinny. Okay, that's been long enough. Let's just run. Ended up at 8832. God. Saw no point in tightening RRD SNL as T4 would still misbehave. I mean, it's still worth tightening. 14.281. Rerun. . 266. Rerun. I think the fact that I had to clear CMOS is going to lose me a bit of efficiency. Kyle from Hard ICP used to troll all the other reviewers till he messed with the wrong guy. Dr. Tom ended up doxing him. Kyle deleted everything and apologised to him. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, the old internet. Like they say in hardware.blog posts. And what would competition... sorry, let me start that again. And what competition would it be without a little drama? Yeah. Okay, anyway. I think that's just being slower because of the clear CMOS. Which is the slight disadvantage that I'm working with. Well, not that I'm working with, everyone has it, but like... Yeah, clearing CMOS does make it like... It makes Ryzen forget what branches PyPrime takes, I think. Because it's got like an AI branch predictor thing. But it does work anyway. So we can save that profile. You know what, I'm going to try WTRS of 2 again. I take it you don't like guns. It's complicated. I will say I have no problem with any American living in America who, as a result of being an American living in America, feels the need to own a gun. Like, there does come a point where it's like, I think there are aspects of gun culture, and I'm sure most Americans would agree with me on this, that there are aspects of gun culture where you look at someone and you're like, you're just looking for an excuse to shoot somebody. But I don't think that is, you know, all Americans with guns or anything. That's just some people, and I'm sure most gun-loving Americans would actually agree with me on that point, that there are some people in gun culture who are a bit like that, and that's creepy as fuck. So, when the day you become an American, which gun are you going to get? I don't know enough about guns to tell you, to be honest. I don't think I would everyday carry, to tell you the truth. I think I wouldn't want to be in an area where I felt like everyday carrying was necessary to protect myself. Like, you just want to stay out of that if possible. I think that if you're in a bad situation and you have a gun, you might think, oh, I can shoot my way out of this situation. When actually, if you ran away, you would probably be better off, right? And I know what I'm like. I know that I would... If I was in a situation like that, like... I don't get me wrong, like, it's not like I've even punched someone in anger, but like, I wouldn't trust myself to necessarily take the de-escalatory approach. I mean, maybe I would, but like, I get fucking pissed off on the road sometimes, right? Like, so I should really be running PyPrime. Yeah, I wouldn't want to everyday carry for that reason, because I think I would prefer... I think retreating is normally a better idea. So, to answer the question, what gun would I get? I can't be that specific, because I'm not a gun guy, right? But if I was getting a gun, which I might, it would be something that was fun for shooting ranges, because that's what I would be interested in using it for, right? And you can do that in the UK, right? Like, target shooting as a sport does exist in the UK, but it's not that big of a thing. I'm not really even sure how you would get into it. I feel like if you're from an urban area and you're trying to get into it, people are maybe going to be a bit weird about that, although the way that I sound and the way that I look, people might be less weird about it. But yeah, I think I would be more interested in... It's really expensive. Yeah, that's the other thing, is I would expect... I haven't looked into it, I would expect it to be cheaper probably in the US to get into that kind of stuff like target shooting, maybe. But yeah. Which isn't to say I would, but I might. Noise says, is it? It's way cheaper than 4090. I think Starblue was probably talking about the UK or something. Oh, that is actually a PB. Yeah, nice. I'm not spending time saving that for the sake of 4 milliseconds. I might regret that, but 4 milliseconds is like below my threshold. If it's 10, I'll save the score. But yeah, there are people who feel that they are at risk of being like personally targeted in the US, and I understand and would go so far as to say support them being armed for self-defense. I just don't put myself in that category, to be honest. And even like, I mean, the prepper people, right? Like people who are saying, well, I imagine I might have to, like, I don't know, defend my house in the future because of some perceived threat of, like, you know, apocalypse. I may not agree necessarily with, like, their factual analysis, but, you know, I don't think it's necessarily harmful. I mean, one of my big things about guns is I think that I find it very, very frustrating that the people in US politics who are saying, oh, everyone should have free healthcare, have also wedded themselves to saying there should be restrictive gun control. I don't think that's helpful. I think that the US would be a better like, there are a lot of deaths from gun violence in the US. There are more deaths from lack of healthcare, right? If you could give up the idea of gun control and trade that for getting everyone good healthcare, you should do that, right? Because that is of greater utility, in my opinion. Well, not I mean, that's factually correct, but like, my opinion is that that's what should be done. I find that I'm getting very political here. I probably shouldn't be. What's my opinion on the government regulation of TWRWR? That's a better question. I think of guns as a tool. You can use them incorrectly just like any other tool. Yeah, absolutely. There's absolutely an element of that. I do understand where, let's say, liberals are coming from when they kind of say, well, hold on, but it's a tool with one purpose. But like, that is not quite true. I do think that, like, actually, no, it's good if people can do hunting, and it's good if the people who are doing hunting get to do it with guns, because that's just more humane. Like, you don't want to stick some deer with like a bow and arrow and it's just running around with an arrow sticking out of it. Like, it's probably more humane to just blow its head off if you can. Yeah, anyway. Now that I've pissed off both the gun people and the animal rights people. But if you love nature, you should hate deer. How much time did people waste with the new AM5 BIOS? I didn't. Big difference from a deer rifle versus AR with a 30 round mag. Unpopular opinion here, the latter is a bit much. Yeah, yeah. No, it is. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, I agree that it's unnecessary. I would maybe I'd go so far as to say that in an ideal world, maybe it would be banned, but it's... I just don't think it's worth, like, there are so many things that you can, like, care about on a regulatory level, and I know that the NRA are doing this in bad faith when they say, oh, this school shooter's rate of fire, you could have done that with a lever action rifle. But, like, it is actually true, though. I don't think that, like, limiting magazine capacity is going to prevent mass shootings. It might help a little bit, maybe in some rare situations, but most mass shootings are 2 or 3 people. So yeah, Matt Tech Tested saying in the chat, basically, you know, same thing I've been saying, like he has a gun for self-defense, and I probably wouldn't, but I understand why somebody would. I don't know, I feel like it's sort of... Yeah. I wish it wasn't the wedge issue that it is. It is my main kind of thing. Like, it's... All other things aside, it's just... As a lefty, it's ground I'm willing to give up, frankly. And there's a distinction here between lefty and liberal, but that's, I mean, a whole other fucking thing. Yeah. Oh god, that'd be very, very political to get into all of that, so I'm not going to. Let's just say I don't feel represented by the Labour Party in the UK, or wouldn't feel represented by the Democrats in the US. And yeah, let's move the fuck on. Save. That's 14.247. Nice. I mean, that was SCL3. If it can go down to 2 or even 1... Yeah, let's try WR SCL of 2. I don't think I've actually tried that. Stop making me want to run this stage for this comp. I have too much Team Cup shit to do. Yeah, it's kind of fun in a weird way. It's nice to do something that's unusual. I think, you know, I'm getting into this a little late already. Yeah. It takes a lot of tuning. I mean, I've been at this for 5.5 hours right now. 1 whole month left. Yes. But, you know, Team Cup is a bit unrelenting, I think. Especially, like, what team are you on, Matt? Okay, we're going to get spinny. Also, did I forget to update my PB again? Or is 247 still the best? Okay, 247 is still the best. Cool. .304, that's crap. Ah, WEG. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can imagine WEG's going to be very busy for Team Cup. Uh, 276. While that's running, since we've probably got a completely different crowd here now than at the start of the stream, I just want to introduce you all briefly to the neighbour's cat. His name is Gadget. He has a fluffy tummy, as do many cats. And, oh, hello. And he is apparently a bad luck charm. I'm going to call that a no on tightening the SCL. What about TRDWR? I don't think I've done that one yet. Let's try 10. Nope. Yeah, no, I don't think so. So that would be our 21st seamless clear. Okay, while the CMOS is, you know, sorting itself out. Yes. So Gadget here, he likes to flop. So what will happen, you know, is he will hear the key turning in the door, and he will come up to the door, and then you stroke him, and he's, you know, he's kind of like sticking his back legs, you know, up, not, you know, like sticking his butt up in the air, and as you're stroking him, and then eventually he flops. He'll just flop over, and then he looks much as he does in that photo there. He's very sweet. I like him. Anyway, I think we are back in, aren't we? on this occasion we are loading the profile. Right, I had tried to, what was it? RDWR, I tried 10, so let's try, I don't know, 13. That's, yeah, binary chop. Let's try 13. Messages. Right. Lucky 13 seems to be working. Preve says SCL is 5.4 at the moment, wasn't 5.3 the lowest stable. God, probably. Tell you what, this isn't going to be a PB anyway, probably. I'm going to run it, but like, because I've just come back from a CMOS clear, it's probably not going to do that well. Because Ryzen things. I really need to maybe touch TRAS again. I need to do TRC a bit more. Because that could be the big bang. That's the thing that might push me below 14 seconds. And RFC is going to be the other one. Fuck me, that was close though. That's a good sign. Given that we're probably about 100 milliseconds behind, I would expect. Yeah, it's going to be slow reruns. But yeah, that's a very good sign. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it'd be so nice to get sub 14 seconds. That'd be amazing. That's a repeat of the PB. It's a good sign. Okay, let's get back to BIOS. And we'll see where we can go from there. 5.5 hours. Yep, this has been... I intended it to be a long one, and it has been. I was expecting it to be a long one from a slightly earlier starting point, but still. Been all over the place since that failed boot. OS corruption? That's just PyPrime. PyPrime is always all over the place. It, honestly, having run it a bunch of times for efficiency testing, I don't think it's behaving unusually, to be honest. No, don't load profile. I'm looking for... Where is it? Yeah, that did do 3, didn't it? And let's try RDWR with 12 while we're at it. Is higher than 2/2 or 4/4 SCL a Hynix thing? I mean, it's just what this RAM does. And it looks like 13 was the best for that, I guess? Yeah, okay. That's a clear CMOS. God, show this stream to anyone who says a Unify X dies after 10 CMOS clears. Wouldn't SCLs also be an IMC thing? Maybe? I think every timing could be an IMC thing, can't it? In a sense. So load profile, and so that was doing 3 and that did 13, and that should be about minimized for those. And yeah, being at 4133 probably is part of it as well. Okay, I'm definitely getting a little sleepy. Okay. So this is a fresh boot after a CMOS clear again. I'm not expecting a PB, but I'm going to run it a bit because it needs to be run a bit for it to, you know, have a hope. And then I'll try tightening RFC a little bit or something. I don't know. There's a slight temptation to slam 1.8 volts VMEM and do like a tighter CL. I don't know. That's not bad though. I might do that if I'm really close to 14 seconds. So what do I do next? I guess I'll try TRC again, I suppose. See if that can go any tighter. Because I need to remember to save the profile. But yeah. Because there might be more in TRC. And that also makes a big difference. Wait, what? Oh, hello. That's the new PB, 14.235. I'm going to try opening a million CPU Zs at once. I expect it to not work properly, but... Okay, no, they do. They all refresh in. That's good. That saves me a little bit of time in the future. In that case, maybe it would be worth having OC snap. 235. That's that's another 12 milliseconds shaved off. Not bad for first boot as well, after a CMOS clear. So, and I think, yeah, we're further from Naga than he is from Madness as well, which is very pleasing. You want to have a big margin if you can. Right. So, profiles. And then 52 row cycle time, why not? See what that does for us. The other thing that would be interesting to try, and I don't think I'm going to do this, to be honest, but I do have a T topology board, so I could have done 4 sticks of this stuff. I don't know though. It'd be kind of interesting to do that. I could like transpose the profile, I guess. I should stop saying things like this. I'm gonna give myself more work to do. I've got enough work to do. I've really got enough work to do. Dual rank helps a lot. Yeah, I imagine it would. Do you have a T topology board? Nope. Ah, that's a pity. Yeah, I think Gigabyte X470 is probably the best ones. What's that? 253. Nope, the 3 and the 5 are the wrong way around. I want to do frequency again, but touch Proco. Oh, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. God, that's actually so much quicker. Just wait for my DRAM frequency to appear, and good. 14.203. Working on 4x4 with Gigabyte B550, and at 3800 I'm matching my 4000 scores with single rank. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine with T-Top on X470 that might actually be able to hit the 4000 then. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? The question is, can you find a Gigabyte X470, or I suppose Gigabyte B450 board, or I think even their B350 and X370 boards might be alright, or the Corsair 6 boards. Those are T-top as well. As is other Asus 300 series, but you shouldn't buy other Asus 300 series, only the Crosshairs. The other ones are shit. Oh! There it is. Boris Johnson hair. $25. It's easy to break top scores, just like making promises, but it's hard work to keep them. That is very prescient, the right word, or am I making that up? Can I even do a Boris Johnson voice? It's sort of he sort of but yeah, I don't really think I can, if I'm totally honest. It's easy to break top scores, just like making promises, but it's hard work to keep them. I don't know. That wasn't great. Yeah. I need to work on my voices. I feel like that's one of the key things that would improve the quality of the streams, is just me doing more random impressions and voices. Obviously. That's what the world needs. So, yeah, to the point about row cycle time versus TRP and TRAS. I mean, yeah, it did make a difference, didn't it? I mean, so does the board ignore TRAS? I don't think so. I mean, let's try TRAS. Yeah, I don't understand what all these fucking timings do. I know TRAS can be a bit weird. So I'm curious whether this helps. Right, wait for the spinny. There's the spinny. And there goes the spinny. That's fun. That's looking good. Ho ho ho! 190, 14.190. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of those. Excellent. Now do TRAS 21. It would save some time, wouldn't it? I'll save a profile. Yeah, sure. Why not? Really nice. It's a fast bench. 24 plus minutes Super Pi for Team Cup was annoying. Yeah. Yeah, that's especially rough on stream as well. Because it's like, at least, you know, if you're just benching on your own, you can go do something else, right? Like, that's okay. On stream, it's like, what? I guess what do I start Super Pi and then play some Just Cause? Like, or Bloons or fucking Polybridge? It's not really an overclocking stream, is it? Save that to both profiles while we're here. And then, okay, so TRAS 21 you say? Right. Worst part was in real-time priority, it didn't show the loop progression. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want that. Like, I feel like at least you could look at the early loops and go, oh, whatever, the run's shit. But yeah, that's rough. It'll be especially rough if you're on a system where like it doesn't like blue screen, it just freezes. Like a lot of Ryzen can be a bit like that sometimes with CPU overclocks. That would suck. Anyway, TRAS 21 booted. So thank you for that suggestion previously. Saved me a bit of time. The question is, what's the sweet spot? Is this faster? And we have our spinny, and the spinny's gone. I think those first two steps are exactly the same as it was last time. 2.505, then 5.003, and wow! Yep, that's another 50 milliseconds off. SPD 1 and 2, mainboard, memory, and CPU. Zen timings to boot. Good. 14.141. I'm just not sure your actual applied TRC was 54 till now is all. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? I don't know how they work. I just punch numbers in and it does stuff. God, this is a huge jump now at this point. I'm actually starting to think that sub 14 seconds might be possible. It might not be, because I'm really running low on stuff I can tune. So we were at, hang on, profile. So we were at 52 row cycle time. Yeah, let's keep being stupid since it seems to be working. Your timings are starting to look a lot like mine. I wonder why. Almost as if we're running the same chips. Okay, I really wasn't expecting that row cycle time to boot. What? 36 row cycle time at 4133 is booting, apparently? I mean, I am definitely looking forward to seeing how this clocks. Scores, rather. And we have the spinny, and the spinny's gone. .505 again. 5.005, that's slower, but we'll see about the later stages. 162. God, and to think that a few minutes ago I'd have been ecstatic about that. Oh, 2.49. That's faster. The first couple of steps, that's faster. 139. Is that worth saving? I'm not going to save that just because I still have RFC to do. That's looking slower. Yeah. Okay. I wonder if 42 would post. 42 on what timing? Row cycle time of 42. I think I might be... Hang on. Save the profile. Because it did get a new PB technically, even if I didn't bother to save it. So, right, here's the thing. I'm at 36, which is less than 42. 42 would probably post. I'm fairly confident of that. I'm wondering if 32 will post. Hang on, what's the minimum? Minimum is 29. Fuck it, we're doing 29. Oh god. Oh, it's been staring me in the face the whole time. I can't believe I was like, the primaries are on Naga's score. I should have known exactly what to expect. Of course, why? Of course they could go that low, because they went that low for him. Why wouldn't they go that low? Ah, this is looking familiar. 2.503, 5.002. Um, 2.503, 5.007. Oh, that reminds me. So, when I was out in town today, I saw a driving instructor's car, and the guy's name was Steve Bland, which is just, I love that. That's fantastic. Like, it sounds like a wonderful James Bond parody. Like, and I would absolutely, right, here's what I have in mind, right, and I would absolutely watch this. This, one thing is, like, this show would have to actually like the character, right? It would have to, like, treat him like he was actually, you know, what he was doing had value, right? But I'm just imagining sort of like, oh yes, the name's Bland, Steve Bland, forensic accountant. I'll have an orange and soda, please. Like, I don't know, I love that. Right, is this consistently slower? I'm going to try 42 row cycle time, as previously has been alluding to. Just because, I don't know, maybe. I'm curious whether the actual performance for 42 row cycle time ends up better. I don't know if that's what previous Slayer was getting at or not, but yeah. I'm also kind of curious if it ends up worse, right? That would be interesting. Okay, let's go, I guess. Oh shit, that's actually looking fast. .184 and... no, it lost it. That's really fucking fast in the first two steps. 121. That's 20 milliseconds off. New PB. CPU, memory, motherboard, SPUD 1 and 2, Zen timings. No, we're not going to... 13.5 is never happening. That's not... Oh! That reminds me, did I... Hang on. Right, yeah, I forgot to choose the outcome for the thing. There we are. $14.121. Oh my goodness gracious me. That is so fast. Like, that is... I'm so happy with how good that's going. Of course, I mean, there's no way I'm coming first in this competition, right? Because there's a month to go. And I'm including a Zen timings in my fucking screenshots. Like... Someone is going to look at that and they're going to be like, well, okay, here's all the timings I need. Probably. That's alright. Yeah, I'm not doing this to... If I wanted to just be #1 in the competition, no offence to everyone, but I probably wouldn't be streaming. Like, A, because of not sharing secrets or whatever, but B, it's not like this... Well... It's more focused, at least. But I think it's probably easier when you're off screen. But yeah. But they won't have us. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, chat has been kind of helpful a few times. So, yeah. There is that. What can I even tighten? I mean, RTP wasn't taking anything. Some of these are already minimised. That's minimised. I mean, WR? Maybe? Hang on, do I have my profile saved? Right, okay, let's try WRWR, sending a different dim. Is that going to be... Yeah, okay, that's probably... Let's try 5 for that. You still have the drive strengths to try. Drive strengths will not improve my score, and I've given up on clock. I'm already faster than anyone else clockwise. Notorious says, when they fail to achieve your score with your copy and paste your settings, the misery will be unbearable for them, and thus they shall know right then and there they are not the Mick. TWTRL, maybe? Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe. RFC. I still haven't done RFC. And I keep saying, like, I could just yeet voltage and see if I can drop CL another tick. Oh god, you know what I just realised? Noise has given me, like, definitely enough money for a 3400G. $7.9. That's worse. Give me a sec, I can call back. Oh, don't you want me to do a 3400G stream for this? 14.203. I'm just looking at this and thinking, at this point, like, I can justify, like, based on stream proceeds, buying a 3400G and doing that. Why is this slower? I'm going to try just rebooting if this next run is slower as well. I think Kex might actually be the cheapest option for a 3400G. There's one in Oldham I could pick up. Okay, I'm just rebooting. Like, maybe this is just a bad boot or something. I don't know. It would be kind of funny to just, like, open a notepad on top of Zen timings that just says "Watch the VOD, lol." I'm not going to do that, but it would be funny. But no, I don't want to, like, force people to watch who are otherwise uninterested. I don't think that's helpful to anyone. No, it's not the reason you want people to be watching, right? Even if it would be funny. Okay. First couple of steps looking fast. So we're looking for 121 here. Not bad, but not 121. That was 148. Second step looking a hair slower this time. There's 17.401 on step 3. 7.401, sorry. 146. Slower on step 1 and step 2 and step 3. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know, those timings have made the score worse. I might be closing in on basically the best possible score with single rank at this stage, to be honest. At least without getting a higher clock. Yeah, I know. I still don't think it's going to happen, but... Okay, so given that that made the score worse... What was it? WRWRs. Let's try 6s on those instead of 5s. Maybe that'll help in some way, I don't know. I've definitely seen performance loss from timings too tight. I don't understand why. It is 1:45 in the morning. Okay, just wait for the spinny. There's probably more OS stuff that I could be doing, like I'm not killing Explorer, for example. Okay. Looking alright. 135. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not PB. Honestly, in large part, I think it's just these timings are not making a difference. 136. I'm not going to save these into the profile, but I'm not going to bother changing them back either, I think. $135 again. That's consistent, for once. Definitely most consistent I've ever had PyPrime be. This is looking worse. Yeah. I think it's about time that I do TRFC. I'll let this run finish, but I'm not expecting anything. Yeah, no. I think when I was on the A0 CJR, I noticed some benefit from what did I do? It was closing and reopening CPU-Z and then rerunning it. OS corruption from RFC incoming. TWTRL, says previous Slayer. Let's do WTRL first. Should we try 10? Right, yeah. Loaded in. Bench Mate. Validating system timers. And wait for the spinny. There's the spinny. Spinny's finished. Launch and run. 2.5 dead? I don't think I've seen that before. $169. $193. Oof. Yeah, WTRL not helping, it seems. $146. One more for luck. 210. Ooh. Mind you, I would have been ecstatic about 210 a couple of hours ago. Okay, so I'm not going to bother changing that. Well, no, you know what? I am going to accuse WTRL of making it slower and change it back. And I'm going to do the same with the WRWRs. I'm going to put them back on auto. What about these RDRDs? The RDRD SD. Maybe they can go tighter than 5. Maybe they can go to 4. I've pretty much exhausted every fucking timing at this point. I'm really reminded of the what was it? The first stream well, not the first one, but the first couple of streams I did. What was it? IDA 64 read bandwidth for the Corsair competition, and I had, like, I think it was by a fairly long distance the best AMD scores. That's frozen. I've got a screenshot somewhere of coffee saying that my efficiency is damn good. Hey, Infinity. Yeah, still going. Still going. I'm not sub 14 seconds yet. I'm not going to get sub 14. I'd like to get sub 14.1. Glad to hear you've done your laundry and showered. Always nice to be organised. Always nice to have a shower as well. Especially in summer. Showers. I approve. So those don't... Okay. 420. Yeah. I think I've exhausted basically everything, so I'm going to do 420 TRFC. I'm going to pray that that gets me below 14.1. Is Tarot wrong? What? Tarot? What? Oh, 420. Oh no, I don't get to do the meme number. I can't do the funny number. Is target wrong? No, no, no. I am well past. So the reason that that is the target, it's above PB. Yeah. So here's the thing. I am well past the target. I'm just still going because it's still got more in it. Just about. The target was the #1 spot, and I've passed that. It's gone well. Well, CMOS clear number 23. So that's a no on 420 TRFC. Let's try. By the way, we haven't seen you take a break to call your wife. Yeah, I mean, we don't really do phone calls so much, to be honest. We've done a couple, but bear in mind I have been streaming. So in terms of, like, seeing me, that there's that option. But the other thing is, she gets off work at 4:30. I started streaming at 7:30. Right? call her at 2 a.m. Yeah, I'm sure she'd appreciate that. She has to get up quite early for work. No, she won't be here. I imagine she will have gone to bed about 4.5 hours ago at this point, back when I was only 2 hours into the stream. So I'm afraid it's a bit late to say hi to her. So she's watching you through the stream. Yeah, I mean, a little bit. It's honestly like... Because, I mean, the thing about calling her is it's like... At some point, it would be nice to work out a way of watching stuff together. Oh god, you had something on a USB. Oh, thank goodness I'm past it. Yeah, Wait, no, I nearly did the thing. I nearly accidentally saved as a profile when I meant to load the profile. But yeah, like, until we sort out a way that we can, like, sit and watch something together and we can actually, like, pause it and comment on it in real time, whilst also dealing with the shitty internet that she's got at the hotel, which I don't think that's going to happen realistically. Being able to watch the stream is alright. I mean, maybe I could try, like, streaming stuff to her in Discord, but, like, it has honestly... Her being away has been a reason for me to stream more, and the fact that she can watch is part of that. So, yeah. Anyway, so 420 didn't work, so binary chop, let's do 435. You were going to suggest Discord. It might be worth a go. I don't know how well it would work, but it might be worth a go. Because I was just thinking, like, you know, I'm being silly, right? Because if she can watch a Twitch stream, why can't she watch a Discord stream? And I honestly hadn't really thought about that. So it might be an option. I mean, like, I think playing pause would have to be her, like, asking me to pause it, but that's fine. But, I don't know. It's, at the moment, like, she's got, like, a care certificate that she's working towards as part of her probation period. So, yeah. She's kind of busy in the evenings a lot of the time. Which, you know, I mean, we have time to talk in text, but yeah. I don't know. It's kind of... This is going to sound silly. There's something kind of weirdly romantic about conversing in text, and it's just because that's how we got together. Like... Not you lot, God no, but specifically with her, because how we got together was you know, these like slightly awkward messages over Facebook, 146, where it's like we kind of said, so we went to the same university, and we were both in the My Little Pony club. We're both bronies. But yeah, so we'd crossed paths a bit, said hi, you know, been to the same events a little bit. And I think on one occasion, because a mutual friend had said something to me about how we could be, you know, very good friends or something, I had contrived to get her to come with me and then 2 other people from the group to go see something at the cinema as well. But yeah, so then she sent me a fairly long message on Facebook during the summer holidays about like how she was like, you know, looking forward to seeing me again when we went back to university. And she sent this quite long message and then immediately went offline. Which, you know, sort of very clearly, like, you know, holding breath, hitting enter, and then sort of running away. But that was kind of nice for me, because it meant that I then had a lot of time to think about the response. So we were kind of conversing over Facebook at the speed of, like, well, email or letters. But yeah, so we organised to meet up. I mean, I was sort of like, well, you know, why don't we just meet up in summer? And she's like, yeah, okay, I'll like come up to Derby, I'll find a hotel. And I'm like, look, we have a spare room. So yeah, she ended up, you know, coming and spending some time. I think, I can't remember if it was one night or 2, but it was, you know, effectively a day, you know, with me and my parents up in that city, and then I went and, you know, spent some time with her and her parents down in her city. And I think it was actually at the end of that, not the second, like, was it, you know, a bit long to count as a date, but like at the second, you know, short break, whatever you'd call it. I remember, I think, what park were we in? I think it was St James's Park in London. Like, we'd just been on the rented Pedalos there, and I remember that because I asked, like, you know, formally asked her out, effectively, but like, I think what I said was something to the effect of like, oh, this is funny, I'd been meaning to ask you out and we've ended up talking about mental health instead. And so that was how I ended up actually asking her out, because it turns out if you're at that point, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's not, you don't have to find exactly the right words, because it's not about that. But yeah. Anyway, it worked. Still can't get another 121. I'm gonna try rebooting. I'm doing tighter timings now. I should at least be able to get below 1. You know what? I didn't hit the BIOS thing, but I'm gonna go into BIOS, because there's no way some of these, like, WTRs, it can't possibly actually hurt, can it? So I'm gonna try tightening those. I don't know, maybe there's some fucking benefit in, like, making the memory retrain or something. I don't know. I wonder if it'll do 8. It will not do 8. Okay, come on. I want to get below 14.1. That would be nice. How far is Buildzoid from you, geography-wise? 1 hour, 2 hours? I don't think he would like me to say it with any level of specificity, but it's more than an hour. Far enough that when I picked up motherboards from him, it was a pain. Like, it was not a particularly easy drive, especially doing it all in a day. Yeah, technically a train ride away, but again, not a short train ride. But then, what train ride is in this country? You did mention before on Discord. I've not mentioned the city, I don't think, but I mentioned like roughly how long it was. But like, I don't know. I don't want to be any more specific than I have been in the past, and I can't remember how specific I've been in the past. But there was someone said about me doing a stream physically with Discord, with Buildzoid, and that has happened once, but the VOD does not exist. Will you come to the USA meetup next month? No. I'm sorry, $75 is not going to be enough to get me there, and also I have so much other stuff on my plate. I cannot set aside time for a holiday for like international travel. Even if like there was a year that Yosarian offered to pay for my travel to go to a US meetup, which was very, very nice of him to offer. I don't think he's in a position to offer that this year because he's actually hosting refugees, which is very, very good of him. But yeah, there's no way it would be practical for me at the moment. Sorry. Right. Okay. I think timing-wise, this is as good as it's possibly going to get. Buildzoid did say where he lives before, but I don't think he wants to be super public about it. Yeah, I think normally when he just says the north, which is true. I can't remember if he said which side of the north, but given that I'm in the northwest and he's not that close to me, you can probably guess. But yeah. He tends to keep it quiet, really. Okay, let's hope this is the boot. Because I actually kind of... He said the specific city. Oh, did he? Huh. Huh. Maybe he's being more public about it now. I don't know. I don't want to make any assumptions, though. Right. Because of Proc ODT I kind of want to take another crack at frequency. But I'm running better timings now, so I should definitely be able to get a new PB. Right? Like, that should be possible. So my plan is to... I think I'll have to give up on getting below 14 or anything, but I want to at least get a new PB that's better than the score that I've got on the board, that's better than 14.121. Then I'm going to go for another break, and then I'm going to swap this RAM out. I'm going to swap in the ballistics. I'm going to take another run at frequency. In fact, if I'm doing that, I should probably try... what's it? The thingy, mabob. 176. If you could get your hands on one piece of hardware, what would it be and why? So, okay, I have an interesting answer to this. Yeah, it was. I plugged a USB stick in. I'm going to get the Asus InOS thingy on it in the hopes that maybe it works. No, God, not 4060 Ti. So, here's the thing. I don't make a habit of lusting for particular pieces of hardware. Not really. Like it's. I don't know. There are a lot of pieces of hardware that I think are very, very cool, but at the moment I have too much hardware. You know, I'm going to have to move city. At some point, I need less hardware. So maybe I'm just not in that mindset. But my dream build back when I was first getting into tech was an FX9590, a Zalman Resonator 3, which was their all-in-one liquid cooler. And then presumably whatever fucking board, and I didn't know anything about RAM at that point. But yeah, my dream build was an FX9590 with the Zalman Resonator 3 AIO. They are not easy to find now. So if I could get my hands on one piece of hardware, I think it would actually be that, because I would actually know what I wanted to do with it. And that's an unusual answer, but hopefully that makes it a more interesting one. Yeah, right. Where's the thing from the thing of the thing with the person and the thing? Right. Are you still running high TRTP? Because mine did 5 no problem. I am. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess I should give that another go, because I'm really getting nowhere here, which is strange. Okay, well, USB eject coming up. That will be for the max clock later. Yeah, okay. I'll give TRTP another go, because I feel like I'm not getting anywhere, and I want to be able to move on to frequency again, because it is 2:15 AM. I'm getting sleepy, but I'm okay for now. And there is actually a benefit to me being up this late, because it means that I can drive down to Manchester to see my wife in the middle of the week and basically stay fairly late, you know, sort of until she's getting ready for bed, basically. And I can still drive back without being too sleepy to drive. So there is a benefit, which is a big part of the reason that I'm streaming so late, because like I know it's not ideal for, you know, I've got a lot of European viewers, and a lot of them would normally be asleep. Yeah. Okay, let's... Right. So romantic, drives hours to put his wife to sleep. There was... back when we were in university, so because we got together over summer and then we were together for my final year of uni, we would like come over to each other's rooms, even though we both lived on campus. We'd come over to each other's rooms and like share a single bed, and I'd like have one arm flopped out the side and like be resting it on the desk chair. There was one occasion where we'd engaged in some couples activities, and I went for a shower afterwards in the ensuite in the room, and when I came out of the shower she was fast asleep on the bed, and I got like my camping mat out of my sleeping bag and slept on the floor so I didn't have to disturb her. Right, so Naga said mine did 5 no problem, so 6 ought to work, right? I don't know, TRTP seems to hate me sometimes. Maybe it's linked to some other timings. Yeah, that looks like it's going to boot. It must be linked to something else. May I ask where you guys went to uni? I've probably said before, but I know it's not really a secret. But the reason I don't want to say is because I don't think it adds anything. Even though it's probably fairly easy to work out from the fact that we went to a university that has a campus and is in the northwest, and yeah, fuck it, you know, I might as well just say, because to be honest, if somebody, yeah, because if somebody feels like it's fun to try and work out, then they'll probably be more likely to take it too far. So yeah, we went to Lancaster University. They have an excellent gender studies module as part that Francesca did as part of her history degree, and I say excellent, like I genuinely mean it. I've heard, obviously we've all been on Reddit, we've all heard some fucking horror stories about gender studies modules, right? So this was a genuinely good one, and the biggest thing that I will tell you about this gender studies module is that the professor said men have a gender too, and if you don't remember that men have a gender, you're not going to pass. Like, you know, it wasn't like an MRA thing or anything like that. It wasn't like going the other way. It was just balanced, and it was looking at the whole, and it was not like, you know, it was driven more by understanding than by like dogma or anything. So that was good. I didn't do that module, to be clear, but I've heard a lot about it, and my wife did. Ah, so close. 147. It looked good at the start as well. Got an education and a wife. What more can you ask? It would have been nice not to have come out of it with crippling depression, given the choice. But you can't have everything. Men going their own way studies. Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, to be honest, oh god, this is probably one of the more against the current... in a stream where I've said a few political things, this is probably one of the more against the current things. I understand completely why people get a misogynistic, creepy vibe off of men going their own way advocates. I understand completely why people would find that a bit creepy. But the principles are not really bad ones, right? Like the principles that, like, the idea that you're obliged to date, and you're obliged, especially like as a man, that your worth is supposed to be determined by who you're fucking. It's okay to be critical of that. That's good, actually. And it is something that I came across when I was in my, I think, late teens, actually, like when I was 19. And I would say I think it had a good effect on me, because it led to me not feeling that I had to dive into a relationship with whoever I thought I could, which is what happened when I was in sixth form college, and that was not good. But rather, I ended up finding contentment in not being in a relationship. And what that meant is, when I did meet my wife now, I wasn't getting together with her because I, thought I needed to get together with someone. I was getting together with her because I liked her, right? Because I liked being with her rather than because I had a problem with being single. And that was immensely healthy, I think, and was a fantastic foundation for a relationship. Now, as Infinity says, the idea is pretty straightforward, but have you seen the practitioners of it? And yeah, a lot of the time it does go hand in hand with being a creepy misogynist, unfortunately. So yeah, that's a pity. I'm going to restart, see if we just get a better boot. If we don't get a new PB on this boot either, you should host a Talking Heads channel. Oh god, I have a lot to say politically. It's just that, like, I don't know, not wanting to kick that particular wasp's nest a lot of the time, because there's no one group of loud people on the internet that I feel I can, like, completely identify with and not challenge, is the thing. So it's, obviously there are groups that I identify with more and less, but, like, yeah, like, I don't want to, like, get into, like, the bread tuber group, for example, and then immediately be kicked out for saying that I don't hate Peter Coffin. And that's probably a reference that's gone over every single head, but yeah. I agree with Buildzoid, says Infinity. I have a lot of thought, not a lot of answers. Yeah. Yeah. So if I don't get a PB on this boot, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut it down rather than just restarting. And I'll go take my break then, and then come back to it, give it another go. Although this run's looking pretty good. Ho-ho-ho! Yes! 14.095. I will take that. I think this deserves a celebratory. Right. You should update the poll. I thought I already did. I thought I finished that a while back. I did forget about it, but then I remembered, like, can you hit 13 point... No. No, both as in, like, no to trying, but also no, I can't. I don't think that's... the only way that could be possible is on dual rank, or possibly with one of the APUs instead, which would be interesting to try. But yeah, so that's done and saved. I'm going to give it 2 more runs, just, you know, for luck. APUs have no cache. Oh yeah, that's true. One, 4, 3. So, does 4400 dual channel still slower? Oof. Okay, fair enough. One, 3, 6. Yeah, okay, that'll do. So, I'm going to set that off to reboot into BIOS. I'm going to take another 3-minute break, and then, even though I've been going for nearly 7 fucking hours, I'm still going to come back, and I'm going to... I'll need to, like, reset the CMOS on that. I'm going to do Max Freak again, because I might be able to do better than I did last time, honestly. I'm not sure, but I don't know, maybe. So let's save my final profile. I don't know why I'm still saving it to both, but sure. And restore defaults. And yeah, 3-minute break, and I'll see you in 3 minutes for max frequency. Wait, what's it doing? Okay, not an occasion I expected to be clearing CMOS, but sure. I shall be pretty disappointed if the board's broken now. That'd be inconvenient. Could be worse. Title updated. And it lives! It lives, it lives, it lives. Oh! I bet that was a GPU thing, because I restored defaults, which would have disabled CSM, and then it would have just been like, well, he told me to have CSM off, but this GPU doesn't work without CSM. Oh, 95 postcode. That's probably the problem. Okay, it's fine. Well, let's switch to the ballistics. Can't remember if I used inner or outer channel last time. So I guess I'll try both. Also, I definitely need to be staying hydrated. I'm going to boot into Windows at defaults first. And that way I can see if the Asus utility works. And, you know, I can get it installed without worrying about corrupting the OS. That PB is wrong, but whatever. I'm actually just going to remove that now. Oh, right, it's booted up. Right. So, while I'm here, I'll pull off the PyPrime score. The good one. They're all pretty good. What was the really good one? 095, there it is. Yeet one. I have no idea if Turbo V Core is going to work, but worth a pop. Nope. Aww. Do I have a good soundboard thing for this? No. Yeah, well. So it might. It might work if. Oh, hello. Check asusproduct.dll. I mean, it would be rude not to try just deleting that, right? The install shield wizard has successfully installed Turbo V Core. Yeah, I'll restart my computer now, why not? Dave says, I think about sums it up. It's stupid. I just... It might not work still. Somebody clip that though, for the love of God. Ah. Well, it's loading something. Yeah, no. Sadly, as funny as that was, I think there's some functionality in Turbo V Core that needs something that would have been installed by that DLL. So it's not that simple. It might be that installing it on an Asus board and then transplanting it would work, maybe? So it has ASIO.dll. Oh, but it doesn't have ASIO.sys. Okay. I have another stupid idea. I'm going to try and install it on the streaming system. Hang on. Oh no, wait, it requires a restart. So that's a no-go. But the streaming system has an Asus board, funnily enough. Bah. Okay. No Turbo V for us. Okay. I suppose I should probably uninstall it. Just for, you know, cleanliness. Hygiene. That's not gone well. Doesn't work for base clock with Zen Plus even on Asus boards, so the chance for it actually being useful incredibly slim. Okay, cool. In that case, I shan't care about it anymore. That doesn't really surprise me though. There might be, I don't know, maybe on clock gen boards, like the first crosshairs, it might work. Anyway, I think this is the profile that I used for max frequency before. Just get a super loose. So what I'm going to change is proc ODT. I'm going to set to 48 ohms, let's say, and we'll see if we can just do the max multi of 4200 right out of the gate. It was funny, at least. I agree with that. It was definitely funny. I was looking at the old scores, I wasn't looking at the postcode 3D. Okay. 2D. Okay, we get it, you don't want to do it. One more CMOS clear. One clear more, another boot, another destiny. So I was at 3 to 61, which is, what's that work out at? That would have been the 40-66 ratio for my current PB. So I'll try the 41-33 ratio at least. And then it's basically just, well, can I get base clock higher? And will it boot? That's also relevant. I think if I'm being realistic, I'm actually doing alright in 5th. But I don't really expect to do that amazingly for frequency. I mean, I've got a lot of ground to make up. Who knows? Who knows? This time, I'm going to set the proc ODT and then just reboot like that. I might even save that as a profile, M80 Freak or something. But just to, just as a sanity check, right? To make sure the proc ODT is even helping, or at least like not actively hindering it too badly. Oh, I'm getting 0.2, that means it's booting. Top 3 should be doable. Yeah? How do you feel about me doing top 1? That actually looks like a really difficult score to challenge, to be honest. It's intimidating. Which doesn't mean I won't try, but I don't have high hopes. Especially since for some reason I installed the bloody operating system in HCI mode. Don't know what I was thinking there, but also I'm not sure how good this. I guess the GPU's all right for. Oh, hello. We have the good old no display. Come on. There we go. That's more like it. I can overwrite that now because it's in the pipe. You know what? I can overwrite the PyPrime profile because I'm not using that anymore. By which I mean, oh, hang on. I have 2 of them, and that's surplus, and I know I did save to both of them. So let's see if the 4133 malt works. Which you fucking should, because I was doing that just now on the fucking Hynix. Right? Wasn't I? Yeah, so 4133 malt, of course it's going to fucking work now. Yeah, heading out. Alright, see you later, Norris. Thank you very much for watching, and thank you very much for the multiple fucking donations as well. Much appreciated, because that actually means I can now buy a 3400G and go do the other stage for this competition off of the back of that, basically. So yeah, that'll be probably something else as well. Thank you. Yeah. So what was my previous PB? It was like 4300 something, right? And I was working on... Well, Madness is at 4408. I might as well give this a go, right? Like, if this works, I'm laughing, I'm past Madness. That's not a good sign. I think Proc ODT may not have helped. It might benefit from training up into it, to be fair. I'm not sure. Might benefit from lower SoC voltage, actually. I'm not sure what the SoC voltage is on this profile. Sleepy at this point. Yeah, that's going to be another CMOS clear, isn't it? Alright. It's fine. I'm not sure what my longest stream is. This has got to be a contender, hasn't it? I mean, I think some of the older ones, maybe. I did a 7-hour 40 stream. That was the IDA 64 read score stream. I guess that was my longest. Yeah, that was my longest by quite some margin, I think. So yeah, we are 20 minutes away from that. So SoC voltage, that was in NBIO, wasn't it? So we are set to 30, which is about 1.23. Let's try more. Let's try 32 and just see how that goes. Sorry, 32 VID will be less SoC voltage. I should clarify. In fact, let's go really extreme on that. What would it be for about 1.15? 40, let's say. Let's try 40 and see see how that ends up doing. Let's see if it can even boot 4133. I'm not really expecting it to work, but I don't know. Yeah, it was interesting to try anyway. So dropping SoC voltage drastically is definitely not the solution. I feel like this is one of those things where it probably ends up scaling with temperature. Can't really see it making much difference, but I'm going to plug in my third fan. There we go. I have slightly more cooling now. Oh, I could try the other channel as well. That'll be the next thing. I'll try training up in base clock, and at whatever point that fails, I'll swap channel, I guess, unless it doesn't fail until really late. That makes sense. Because yeah, I have no idea whether it was inner or outer channel that was actually best. We'll start at 4200, that should be pretty easy. It feels weird to talk about 4200 being easy on Zen. It feels especially weird because it's not fucking working. That makes it weirder than anything else. It's trying. It's failing. Oh, okay, inner channel it is. Ah. Something's happening. So I guess that means the inner channel is better. Or it's booted defaults. One of the two. I mean, we'll find out, right? CPU Z. Ooh, I need to make sure my CPU clock isn't too high. But yeah, okay, that has worked. I hadn't thought of CPU clock. That's a potential issue. Goodbye us. Yeah, 10 minutes to go until this is a record length stream for me. Oh, fuck off. 00, really? Don't be like that. I don't know if it's remembered I want the firmware, so I'm going to spam delete just in case. God, I'm going to fucking sleep well tonight. Well, hopefully. Yeah, why not? Make it as low as possible. What was my previous PB? 2162. More than 4300 is the point. So that should be fine. If that doesn't work, I don't know. If it doesn't work, I might avert getting a personal best for stream length. 3 AM, by the way. Yeah, shout out to the time of day, because it's 3 AM. Is anyone else in Europe still here? The European continent? Oh, right, of course, I have a viewer from Sweden, obviously. And Starblur, 4 AM here, Infinity, White Sharks, goodness gracious me. What are you people doing? Thank you very much for being with me for this. Goodness me. Yeah, here I am complaining about it being 3 AM. And I have like 4 people for whom it's 4 AM. 2162, what's that double to? That's 24. 3120, 4324 rather. Okay. Let's try 105. I think that would be a new PB if that works. Well, looks posty. Looks like it's posting. That's a good sign. I'm really disappointed that there isn't an option for base clock. Ah, I see. Infinity says I'm on Tokyo hours, so I technically clocked in an hour ago. Yeah, I see. Having headphones on for 7.5 hours is getting old. Right. So... You know, I'm going to start writing this in bus clock for the sake of CPU user. I nearly entered my email on stream there. I'm tired. My email's not difficult to guess, but still. I don't actually need a screenshot, so I'm not going to screenshot until I get like a good new PB, I think. I should probably take a system picture at some point as well. Might as well do that now. Right, well, oh, profiles, of course. I'm going to give 4400 another try. We're fairly, well, not that close to it if we're honest, but... that's not looking good. It's a bit annoying because I feel like it's a base clock limit. Because the 2700X clearly has a strong, or the CPU and board together, they can clock RAM, right? They can clock RAM really well. Oh, hello. Is that booting? D6 should, oh, is that GPU thing? It might be a GPU thing. Okay, hang on. I need to try forcing PCI Express Gen 1 because it's ridiculous that I've not done that already. I think I might also be able to just disable the south bridge. Although, oh, no, that can't work. So it needs to clock. Anyway. Be interesting if you could just turn the chipset off. I think the SSD might be on the chipset. At least I'm already in my pyjamas. Could try the base clock at a lower memory ratio. Yeah. There'll be one way of finding out if it works. Well, it'll be interesting to load in with the profile, because then we get to find out, does that work? Or does it need... Because if this doesn't work, it definitely needs training into it. But so far it hasn't needed training into stuff. Ooh. We getting there? It's not happy about booting this, is it? It would be really nice to have a really high score in another stage as well. But I think that may not be happening. Well, no, it's okay, because this is as I said, this is good data. This shows that we need to go up in smaller steps. Because that was a profile that worked once. It really does say something about the AMD overclocking experience, doesn't it? I've had 30 failures, and out of those it's been 1 blue screen and 29 CMOS clears. I mean, that's yeah. I'm actually going to get more water while that sorts itself out. I am not well hydrated. Okay. So we know it needs to train into it. Good. So let's try, I mean, fuck it, let's try 100 to start off with. And where were the PCIe settings? They're definitely somewhere. I'm sure I've seen a setting that is for fixing the PCIe clock. Oh, well, we have a lanes thing. I mean, that's okay. So we should probably disable like the wireless and the LAN, get rid of those. And just methodically go through everything. Okay, well, it's not going to be in any of those, is it? Ah, right, yeah. Force PCIe gen speed. Gen 1. Okay. Integrated peripherals, LAN off, Wi-Fi off, HD audio off. Ah, I see, no IDE mode. Gen switch, Gen 1. Gen switch, Gen 1. Right. And now we train up to 105 base clock again, and then save the profile, and then try and train further. I wonder if you could bin SSDs for base clock. Oh no, it's a WD green M.2 SATA drive. It's doing the thing again, isn't it? No display. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Oh, we are past the record, by the way. This is now officially... One moment, let me stop having to tap delete. This is now officially the longest stream I've ever done! But that doesn't help us in terms of this fucking overclock, does it? I'm just going to go up one base clock at a time to 105, and then we'll go from there. I'll stop like trying to jump to a score that I want to beat, because that's not going to help. Ah! It's definitely... oh my goodness. I'm feeling the time of day. But there's a bit of a weird second wind going on at the same time, but I think it's just that time's passing quicker because I'm so sleepy. I'm probably not talking as much. I don't know if that's noticeable. Just sat here, mashing delete. I keep... What time even is it? Asks Dave the Noob. It's 18 minutes past 3 in the morning here. 03:18 AM. It's fucking early. Optimal time for cocking. Maybe. That's not what we're here to do, we're here to clock. Wait, why is it stuck on D6 for fuck's sake? 105 fucking worked because I had the fucking profile. There's no way I could have saved that profile if 105 didn't fucking work. 106 worked. 106.35 worked. I had the score. Is there anything I'm missing? Like anything else I could do that I'm not doing? Because I'm kind of like, I am very loath to stop without getting the score that I wanted to get, or at least without improving my frequency score. But it's not as if there's a huge amount of point in pushing on when I have nothing else to try, and I'm very short on ideas right now. I say that I've booted, haven't I? Oh no, D6 again. Is D6 GPU? It must be GPU. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to revisit this when I get a 3400G, which I will be getting now. And so I will call it for today. It has been lovely to do this. I mean, goodness me. Got an absolute monster of a PyPrime score there. I'm very pleased with that. But yeah, I think base clock, maybe revisit, maybe if I'm running on integrated graphics with the 3400G, that might base clock better, perhaps. There's maybe other GPUs I could try that would be more tolerant of higher base clock, but I'm actually, that's a point, yeah, because I think the was the older stream. No, it was the same GPU. Oh, whatever. I think I'm past the point where I could do this. I will revisit frequency with the APU, because I'm hoping that maybe it's easier to get the Infinity Fabric to clock on that anyway. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah, I know there's going to be people who've been with me for a lot of what is nearly an 8-hour stream. Yeah, fucking crazy. Yeah, sorry, I'm too tired to even know what else to say. I think I'm gonna hit the end stream button. Thank you, goodbye, all of that. I think that about covers it, doesn't it? Yeah.